District of Stanford at Stanford for the transaction of criminal business is now open in session. Honorable Judge Randolph presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
We are, Your Honor, just to inform the court, on a scheduling matter, I do have Matt Riley here today, and I believe that is all that I was able to get for today's testimony at this point. Because of that, Your Honor, I anticipate us ending early whenever Detective Riley is finished.
Judge, good morning.
I can do that.
I don't have a motion.
Oh,
Your Honor, good morning. I did just want to address a motion limine that was filed by the defense very briefly, as it's going to be implicated in the next witness. You'll recall, Judge, that the defense filed a motion limine to prevent the, quote, pejorative use of the term alibi script with respect to certain evidence that was found at 4 Jefferson Crossing on June 2nd, 2019, when the police officers executed the search warrant. You'll also recall, Judge, that this was the subject of a motion to suppress, so I know the court is very familiar with the facts. I did just want to indicate for the court that the state is not intending on referring to these objects as alibi scripts during the evidentiary portion of the trial. They're going to be referred to as timelines. However, obviously we just want to let the court know, closing argument, that's a whole separate issue. And we're going to be asking the jury to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence, including that it was a script. So I just want to indicate to the court that we are in agreement for the evidentiary portion not to refer to them as that because it's argumentative.
I don't think I need to respond at this time. Whenever the evidence comes out, then whether or not that's appropriate or an inappropriate characterization will be, at that point, pretty clear.
So the court wants to
be clear. Attorney McGinnis, have you instructed your witnesses not to use the term alibi script?
Attorney Manning has done so.
Detective Riley is my witness, Your Honor. I have instructed him this morning that we will be referring to the documents as timelines. I did instruct him to indicate that as well. And we will continue to instruct all of our witnesses that that is what they will be called.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in. Thank you. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
The state continues with another witness this morning. The state has informed the court that we will probably end early today. The court does not know at what time.
Thank you, Your Honor. If Detective Riley can reclaim the stand.
Thank you. Detective Riley, you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Your Honor, someone in Detective Riley, his full name.
Yes, it's Matthew Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Riley, draw your attention back to 2019. Did you work on the Western District Major Crimes Ban during that time period?
Yes.
And you were just here probably last week sometime and testified concerning some steps you took on May 25th and May 27th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Has anything changed since then with respect to your background or training and experience since May 25th or since you testified about May 25th and May 27th?
No, ma'am.
And could you briefly just remind the jury a little bit about your training and experience and career with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, I retired from the Connecticut State Police after over 23 years of service. 20 years of my service was spent as a detective. 14 years was spent as a crime scene investigator. And during that time, I attended numerous training classes and seminars on death investigation, crime scene processing, and evidence processing.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to draw your attention to 2019.
We couldn't see.
That's fine. Thank you. Sir, with respect to late May, early June of 2019, did you have occasion to conduct searches of motor vehicles owned by Fotis Dulos,
Yes, ma'am.
specifically a Ford Raptor? Did you conduct a search, or were you part of a process of conducting a search of the Ford Raptor?
Yes, I was.
What day did you conduct that search?
May 31st, 2019,
Where were you located?
at Troop L in Litchfield.
Now, on May 31st of 2019, were you aware of the items that had been taken out of the garbage cans along Albany Avenue in Hartford?
Yes.
And what was taken out of the garbage cans?
To my recollection, it was items contained in black plastic garbage bags, zip ties, clothing, and a mop, all with blood-like stains.
Now, on May 31st, where were you located when you conducted the search of the Ford Raptor?
We were in the district garage at Troop L in Litchfield.
Who was with you?
We were being supervised by Sergeant Joe Duva. Also, there was Detective Frank McGavin, Detective Jamie Pearston, Detective Katie Keppel, and Detective Bob Hazen.
Was a search warrant obtained to search that vehicle?
Yes.
What items were you looking for?
We were looking for items related to the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos.
Now, with respect to a search of a vehicle, is there a certain process or procedure that you utilized in searching the Ford Raptor?
Yes, just like a residence, we'll start with overall photography, and then we'll work generally from the outside of the vehicle in, doing various searches and processing procedures.
Did you wear protective gear during the search?
Yes.
What did you wear?
Gloves, and for DNA sampling, I also wore a mask.
Could you describe the vehicle, please?
Yes, it was a black Ford pickup. It was had a I guess it would be called a king cab. Had a full rear passenger compartment.
In the course of conducting a search, were photographs taken?
Yes.
But did you take those photographs?
No, I did not.
Who was assigned to take the photography?
I believe it was Detective Keppel.
Were you present during those photographs were taken?
Yes.
States 71. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at the screen in front of you. May I inquire, is it on? Is it?
It's on. Thank you.
And for the record, the screen to the jury is off. I'm going to show you a series of photographs, sir. If you can take a minute, this would be on file marking Ford Raptor. Sir, this is picture one. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the front end of the Ford Raptor as we found it in the garage at Troop L Litchfield.
Actually, is that a fair and accurate representation of what the front end of the Ford Raptor looked like that day?
Yes.
I'm actually going to have you take a look at the next couple of pictures if you can. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, those are overall views of the four sides of the Ford Raptor.
And again, were you present during the time when these images were taken?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the Ford Raptor looked like that day?
yes.
The state would move into evidence 1 through 4.
No objection.
Thank you.
And again, for the record, that was May, what was the date that it was taken?
The 31st, sir.
Photos were taken on the 31st?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, is there a file number?
This is a file, it's a file labeled Ford Raptor, Your Honor, and there are numerous files on the disk. So the file Ford Raptor photographs 1 through 4. And if I may, I'm just going to go through all the photographs here to move them into evidence and then to try and speed the process along, if I may.
So, concerning the file titled Ford Raptor, photos 1 through 4 admitted as full exhibits.
Yeah. Thank you. Sir, if you can, picture 5.
That is the bed of the Ford Raptor pickup truck.
Picture 6.
Again, a photograph of the bed with the tailgate lowered.
And with respect to the bed of the Ford pickup truck, were you present during picture 5 and 6?
Yes,
And that was at the headquarters at Litchfield?
yes,
And do picture 5 and 6 fairly and accurately reflect what the bed of the Ford pickup looked like that day?
yes.
Thank you. State would move 5 and 6.
Is there an objection?
No.
The file Ford Raptor photos 5 and 6 admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you the next series of photographs, 7. You can take a look at it, please. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs of the inside of the vehicle. The first 3 are overall photographs. As we began processing, the last photograph was during the evidence collection portion of processing.
With respect to the first 3 that were taken prior to starting processing, were you present during those photographs?
Yes,
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you saw that day?
yes,
And with respect to the 4th one, which would be picture 10, were you present for that photograph to be taken?
yes,
And during the course of the processing matter, does this photograph fairly and accurately portray what it looked like that day on May 31st?
yes, it does.
Okay, state would move, Your Honor, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Objection?
Can I just see 10 again, please?
And for the record, Your Honor, the state provided counsel with copies as
Right.
well as a still shots of these on paper format.
No objection.
Thank you. State would move.
File Ford Raptor photos 7, 8, 9, and 10 admitted as full exhibit.
Thank you, sir. Detective Riley, if you can take a look at 11, 12, 13, and 14. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This was taken during our inventory process. Basically, we lay out sheets of paper, section them off as to different areas of the vehicle, and then empty the contents onto them. Then we photograph them and make notes as to what was actually inside the vehicle.
Were you part of the process of the inventory?
Yes,
Were you present at the photographs when the photographs were taken?
yes, I was.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the inventory of the Ford Raptor was at that time on May 31st, 2019?
Yes,
State would offer, Your Honor, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Is there an objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Just to clarify, when you say there was an inventory from the vehicle, right? Everything was taken out of the vehicle in these pictures that you were just shown?
yes.
No objection.
File Ford Raptor photos 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 admitted as full exhibits.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you 16, 17, 18, and 19. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What are they photographs of?
These are photographs of the Ford Raptor as it sat in our impound lot at Troop L in Litchfield. And they were taken on July the 5th, 2019. When we went back inside the vehicle to obtain other items of evidence.
Was that pursuant to a search warrant as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what date was that?
July the 5th.
What were you looking for on July the 5th?
Specifically, we were looking for an Adidas brand ball cap and a pair of black and yellow gloves.
Photos 19 and 18, sir, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
They are the ball cap and gloves that we seized out of the vehicle.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the ball cap and gloves look like that day?
Yes.
After you seized them from the vehicle, what did you do with them?
I packaged them in paper, labeled them, and secured them in major crime evidence.
With respect to photograph 18 and 19, if you could take a look at that in front of you, please. There's writing on the bottom. Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
When did you take these photographs?
No, I did not.
Who took these photographs?
Detective Pearson took these photographs.
At what point in the process were these photographs taken?
These were taken after the items had been removed from the pickup truck and before they were packaged, sealed, and labeled.
And were you present during this photograph while this
Yes.
photograph was taken? So do these two photographs fairly and accurately represent the hat as well as the gloves at that point when it had been removed from the vehicle prior to being placed into processing?
Yes.
Why were these photographs taken?
They're identification photographs. They further document the evidence that we seized.
Thank you. And photograph 17, what does that depict of?
That is the inside of the rear passenger compartment of the Ford Raptor on July the 5th.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what the inside of the Ford Raptor looked like on July 5th, 2019?
Yes.
State would move, Your Honor, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
I'm going to voir dire on a couple of these. Could the witness be shown 16, please? Now, there are, looking at this particular photograph, there are several vehicles in this shot. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the only one that we're talking about now is partially obscured by two other vehicles, correct?
Yes.
So this picture does not depict the way the vehicle looked when it was taken from the residence of Fort Jefferson Crossing, does it?
No, this just depicts the vehicle as we found it on July the 5th.
Well, it wasn't, when you found it, it wasn't surrounded by these other vehicles, was
I'm
it?
going to object, Your Honor. This is going beyond voir dire with respect to this photograph.
Well,
I'm objecting to the one photograph, Your Honor, because it obviously involves other matters that have yet to be testified about. So,
well, the
If I may.
testimony from the witness is that the photograph of the pickup truck is a photograph that accurately depicts what it looked like on July 5th, if the court understands what the testimony is.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no reference to any other vehicle other than the Ford Raptor in the question posed by the state. So if there's an objection, it's overruled.
well, my objection is relevance. How it looked in a parking lot on July 5th is remote in terms of the timing.
Overruled.
Your Honor, that's the entirety of file for Ford Raptor on State 71. If I may.
Are you moving into evidence photos 16, 17, 18, and 19?
I did, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought Your Honor had ruled. But yes, 16, 17, and 18, and 19, I would move into evidence.
Admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, if you could take a look behind you on the screen. If you can, please. This is Estates 1 off of file Ford Raptor. If you could, what is depicted on that screen, please?
Yes, this is a photo of the front end of the Ford Raptor as it was in our garage at Troop L in Litchfield.
What day?
This is on May the 31st, 2019.
Is that the vehicle you searched on May 31st, 2019?
Yes.
Picture 2?
That is the left side or driver's side of the Ford Raptor as it sat in the garage.
Picture 3?
That is the passenger side or right side of the Ford Raptor.
And picture 4, sir.
And that is the rear of the Ford Raptor.
In conducting a search, did you take any evidentiary samples or take any action with the outside of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I swabbed the door handles and the tailgate latch for latent DNA.
When you say swab, can you briefly explain what you mean by that, please?
Yes, so we take 2 of those long handle Q-tips, we moisten them with sterile water, and then we rub them on the surface we want to sample. We then cap them, put them in a box, and then package them in an envelope, seal and label it.
What areas did you swab on the outside of the truck?
On the outside of the truck, I swabbed the exterior door handles and the tailgate latch.
I'm going to show you 5 and 6. Sir, did you take any action with respect to the, trunk of the Ford Raptor?
Yes, during processing, we examined this area for any trace or latent evidence. And then we sprayed a luminol solution in the bed of the truck in an effort to find any latent blood-like material.
And with respect to the, say the luminol solution?
Yes.
If you briefly, again, can just explain what that means.
So the luminol solution is a search tool that we use to look for latent blood-like stains. So we get the prepackaged material from a forensic supply house. Comes with a bottle of
Again,
solution.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This was the subject of a separate motion regarding luminol and what he's explaining about it and what it does, and he's not an expert. We did have some testimony about that, and I object from a layperson explaining it.
Well, as the court hears the testimony, the description of what luminol is not responsive to the state's question, so the court will strike that portion of the testimony. How he uses the substance is responsive to the state's testimony.
Thank
The
you.
discussion of the chemistry of the substance itself was not responsive to the state's question.
Sir, I'll just ask it simply. How did you use luminol that day on May 31st, 2019?
I mixed up a bottle of the solution, tested it on a known blood source, and then sprayed it in the bed of the truck.
Why would you test it on a known blood source?
To confirm the reaction, or that luminescent glow.
By the way, is luminol a presumptive test?
Again, Your Honor, this witness would not have any idea other than what hearsay. There's already been testimony about it is not, it has no scientific value. So I object to this witness talking about it. We heard from Ms. Medell about it. And so having him explain that is already getting into the science of it.
Well, there is no indication from the question that this witness is trying to explain the science. The witness is explaining what the test is used for by the state police. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
We use it as a search tool to look for latent evidence, and then we will perform additional presumptive tests on areas with a positive luminol reaction.
Did you perform any further tests on the trunk area of the Ford Raptor?
Yes.
What areas did you perform that test on?
Well, once the luminol was sprayed, several areas luminesced. We further tested those with Castlemeyer reagents and obtained negative results. So we took no further action.
Thank you. And briefly, the Castlemeyer test again, the KM.
That is a presumptive blood test that we use.
Okay. And in this case, it came back negative for those spots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Sir, if I can, behind you, take a look at picture 7. Did you take any action with respect to the door?
Yes, this door during processing was also sprayed with luminol solution.
Did you utilize the same process that you testified to just recently?
Yes.
Did you get a result?
Yes, there was a positive result.
In what area?
Again, Your Honor, I'm just going to ask the court to note my objection to this. I thought this was the Moody issue that we had discussed, but...
Well, concerning, are you offering essentially a running objection on the use of the luminol?
Not the use as much as what he's interpreting it to mean.
Thank you.
In light of all the other things that can be produce a quote positive result.
Thank you. Overruled.
What area did you utilize the luminol with?
Yeah, it was we obtained a positive result in the area of the armrest below the door handle.
Did you take any steps after you received that result?
Yes, we tested the area with the Castlemeyer presumptive test. That came back negative.
And
Well, in that case, Your Honor, I move to strike the testimony as irrelevant if it can't. The suggestion that it glowed and therefore he used other tests and comes back negative would mean that it has no relevance to this case. So I move to strike that testimony.
Well, the court would not know whether it has relevance to any other testimony that may be heard at a later date or a later time. There's no prejudice to your client, as the court understands it. There's no unfair prejudice through this testimony. Overruled.
picture 8, sir, did you take any action with respect to what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, at the beginning of processing, I swabbed the steering wheel for latent DNA bearing material.
And picture 9, sir.
It's the center of, or that's a photograph of the dashboard of the Ford Raptor.
Picture 10, sir.
That is the area I spoke about before. There was an area of interest after processing the inside of the door with luminol. That area tested negative when tested with the Castlemeyer reagents. However, we took a sample of the area for evidentiary purposes to find out what exactly that substance was.
And does this photograph document the place of that sample?
Yes.
Did you give it an exhibit number?
I did. It was exhibit 134.
Thank you. Photograph 11.
This was taken during the inventory procedure.
With respect to the inventory procedure, sir, was any item seized for evidentiary value with respect to the inventory?
Not on the 31st.
Now, what was taken out of the vehicle? Was the, well, I'll rephrase that, that's a bad question. Sir, do you see the screen on picture 11? There's the mat.
Yes.
What would you call that?
I would describe that as a WeatherTech floor liner. And then adjacent to that is, it looks like a factory floor mat from a Ford F-150.
And picture 12, do you see the gloves in the center of the photograph, sir?
Yes.
Were those taken out of the vehicle?
They were during the inventory process.
Where were they found in the vehicle?
They were under the left front seat, or the driver's seat.
Did you seize them on this day, May 31st?
No, I did not.
And picture 13, what does this contain, sir?
That is the contents, other contents of the vehicle.
And 14 as well?
Same.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you, actually I think I have one more, 15. Is that another WeatherTech liner?
Yes, from the right front floor.
Now, you indicated that the vehicle had been searched again on another date. What day was that?
That was July the 5th, 2019.
Where was the vehicle located on July 5th, 2019?
That was in the impound lot at Troop L in Litchfield.
So after it left the headquarters, or what do you call that, the garage?
Yes, the garage. It's approximately 100 feet away from the impound lot.
How did it get from the garage to the impound lot?
I believe we drove it.
Is the impound lot contained within the Troop L headquarters?
Yes, it's on the property.
And sir, picture 16, is that where the vehicle was parked on the day, I'm sorry, did you say July 5th?
July 5th, correct.
July 5th. Was that where the vehicle was parked?
Yes.
And is that what it looked like prior to conducting that second search?
Yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant for that?
I did not, but other members of the Western District Major Crime Squad did.
What were you searching for that day?
Specifically, we were going to seize an Adidas ball cap and those black and yellow gloves.
How would you conduct a search when you were searching solely for those two items?
We would take overall photographs. We would go in and seize the items and then take further identification photographs prior to final packaging.
Did you wear protective gear?
We wore gloves.
Who were you with on that day?
Detective Pierston and maybe another member of the Major Crime Squad.
Did you move the car did you move the car that day to get into the car and search it?
I don't believe so.
Picture 17, sir. Are the gloves shown inside that vehicle?
Yes, they're visible on the left rear floorboard.
By the way, after you had done the search and pulled them out on May 31st and taken, I guess it is 12 this photograph, what did you do with the gloves after that?
We put them back inside the passenger compartment of the truck.
Because on May 31st, they weren't seized as evidence. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So if you wouldn't mind standing up to, Your Honor, if it's okay, if you can stand up on the screen and point to where the gloves are on this photograph.
The gloves are right there.
And the hat?
The hat is right here on the center bench seat.
And where were they originally? I'm sorry, on May 31st.
The hat was in the same general location. However, the gloves were underneath the driver's seat.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. And picture 18.
That is a photograph of the hat.
Was it seized as an exhibit?
Yes,
And is it exhibit 328 that's written on the paper?
it is. I wrote that number.
Okay. And picture 19.
And those are a photograph of the gloves
Was it also seized as an exhibit?
as exhibit 329.
Okay, thank you. On July 5th, did you take any other action with respect to the Ford Raptor?
Excuse me, on what date, ma'am?
July 5th.
No.
Now, With respect to, well, did you have an opportunity to conduct a search of a Jeep Cherokee owned by Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that on June the 6th of 2019.
For the record, the screen to the jury is off, so I'm going to have you take a look at the pictures in front of you on your screen. This would be under the state's 71 filed Jeep Cherokee. Sir, if you can, I'm going to show you photographs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they depict?
Those are overall photos of the Jeep Cherokee as we found it in our garage prior to processing.
What day was this?
Again, this was June 6th, 2019.
And the location?
This is another garage at Troop L. Litchfield.
Did you have a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes.
What were you searching for?
We were searching for evidence related to the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos.
Who was with you on that day?
Detective Combs, Detective Downs, Sergeant Duva, and there's probably a couple other members of the major crime squad who were present as well.
What was your assignment for that day?
I was the evidence officer for this processing.
And were you the evidence officer for the investigation as a whole?
Pretty much the entire case, ma'am.
Sir, with respect to photographs 1, 2, 3, 4, do you recognize all those photographs?
Yes.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes, I was.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the Jeep Cherokee looked like in the Troop L garage on June 6th, the day you processed that item?
Yes.
The state would move 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your Honor, I would make that offer.
No objection.
Is the file Jeep Cherokee?
Yes, sir.
A file Jeep Cherokee, photos 1, 2, 3, and 4 admitted as full.
Sir, if you can, take a look in front of you. Picture 5, 6, 7, and 8. Do you recognize what's depicted on those photographs?
Yes.
What is depicted in those photographs?
That's the interior passenger compartment of the Jeep Cherokee.
Were those photographs taken on June 6th in Troop L at the garage on 2019?
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the inside of the Jeep Cherokee that day?
They do.
State would offer, Your Honor, 17. I'm sorry. It would be 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No objection.
File Jeep Cherokee, photos 5, 6, 7, and 8 admitted as full.
Sir, if you can, take a look at 9 and 10. What do those pictures depict?
That's the rear cargo area of the Jeep Cherokee.
Was that photograph taken on June 6, 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that photograph?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what the rear area of the Jeep Cherokee looked like?
Yes, it does.
The state would move 9 and 10, Your Honor.
May I have one here?
Yes.
Was anything that's shown in either 9 or 10 taken as evidence for evidentiary purposes?
I would object, Your Honor, and this is voir dire on the photograph.
If
That's
it's-
cross-examination.
It's exactly the point. If it's not relevant, it's not relevant. We're going to have 1,000 pictures if they're just showing that at some point the car had stuff in it that is not relevant. then I'm going to make an irrelevancy objection. That's the purpose of my voir dire.
Well, there's a fairly, in this court's mind, clear line between voir dire and cross-examination. Voir dire concerns whether what was depicted in the exhibit is as it was on the day the photo was taken. Cross-examination involves other than that. So the court is not going to allow that question on voir dire, but you can continue to voir dire.
What day were these pictures taken? These two that we're talking about, 9 and 10, the rear compartment of the Jeep?
These were taken on June 5th.
June 5th, and these were taken
Oh, I'm
where?
sorry, June 6th. I'm getting my dates mixed up.
June 6th.
Yes.
And this is when you were looking at it, did you take these pictures?
I did not.
Were you present when the pictures were taken?
Yes.
Again, I'll just object on relevance at this point. What was in that Jeep on June 6th, unless it's tied into something, I would say is irrelevant.
If I may just be heard, because this is, I think, the third time this morning that we've heard an objection based on relevance to a photograph, Your Honor. All of this goes to the police investigation, the thoroughness of the investigation, and what was done the day that these vehicles were processed and seized. There is an inventory was done. We're going to go into that with respect to the steps this officer took. Photographs depicting their process is completely relevant, and I would ask that it be admissible at this time.
Let me just respond to that. The only thing that is relevant, as I understand the rules, is what's relevant to the case against Michelle Troconis. So the fact that the Ford Group owned stuff that's not relevant to the case does not become relevant because somebody inventoried maybe 100 vehicles. That doesn't make it relevant to this case, and therefore it's just confusing to have the jury look at something and then realize this has nothing to do with the case.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the Jeep Cherokee is very relevant to this case, as the court and the jury will find to be. Also, the items contained in these photographs, the jury's and the fact finder is their job to make any reasonable inference based on the evidence that they present and they see. So it is extremely relevant in the state's view, as well as the adequacy of the police investigation, which I'm sure counsel will get into.
Well, the code clearly defines what relevance means. Relevant evidence is evidence that has any tendency to make a fact that is material to the determination of the issue more likely or less likely than it would be without the evidence. Any tendency to make a material fact more likely or less likely. It is clear that at the time the offer is made, it may not be clear what the materiality of that evidence is. But that does not preclude the evidence from coming in just because at the time the offer is made, the full dimension of materiality is known. So overruled.
State would offer 9 and 10 into evidence, Your Honor. This is 10, this is 9.
File Jeep Cherokee photos 9 and 10 admitted as full exhibits.
Thank you. Detective Riley, if you could take a look in the screen in front of you. Did you conduct an inventory search of this vehicle as well?
I assisted, yes.
Were you present when the inventory search was done?
Yes.
What is an inventory search?
Basically, towards the conclusion of processing, we'll empty the vehicle contents onto sheets of paper and document them both on a vehicle inventory form and with photographs.
Now, with respect to the Ford Raptor, after you had done the inventory search and documented those items, particularly the gloves and the hat, what led you to go back to seize those items?
The case investigators, the case officers down at Troop G Bridgeport reviewed our photographs and noted that these were items of evidentiary value. So they obtained another search warrant and asked us to go in and seize those items.
Is that one of the purposes of an inventory search?
Yes.
What is another purpose of an inventory search?
It's to document what was in the vehicle. It's done to document if there were any valuables in the vehicle, along with any other items of potential interest in the future.
So I'm going to have you take a look at 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Sir, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photographs of the vehicle contents laid out during the inventory.
Were you present when these photographs were taken?
Yes.
Do they all fairly and accurately represent what those items look like on the day of the inventory on June 6th at Troop L in Litchfield?
Yes.
State would offer, Your Honor, 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11.
Same objection, Your Honor, especially with regard to the pink umbrella and what looks like a sandwich. So, again, same objection.
Overruled. File Jeep Cherokee. Photos 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 admitted as full.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is the entire contents of the Jeep Cherokee, if I may. Sir, if you can take a look at the screen behind you. Picture 1, sir. What is that depicted on that screen?
This is an overall view of the front of the Jeep Cherokee as we found it in our garage at Troop L.
On what day?
On June the 6th, 2019.
Thank you. And with respect to picture 2?
Again, that is the left side or driver's side of the Jeep Cherokee.
Picture 3?
The rear end of the Jeep Cherokee.
And picture 4?
And the right side or passenger side of the Jeep Cherokee.
Now, when you conducted a search of the Jeep Cherokee on June 6th, what were some items that you were looking for?
Yeah, we were looking for anything related to the disappearance of Jefferson Dulos.
And again, on June 6th, you had actually been at 69 Wells Lane on May 25th and 27th and examined the scene there. Are you correct?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you search? You also searched a Chevy Suburban owned by Jennifer Farber Dulos. I think it's a 2017. What day was that?
Excuse me. Can you...
What day did you search or process a 2017 Chevy Suburban?
We processed Jennifer Dulos' Suburban on the 28th of May.
And with respect to a Range Rover?
The Range Rover we did at the scene on the 27th.
And the Ford Raptor, what day was the Ford Raptor?
That was on the 31st of May.
So this would be the 6th of June, is that correct?
Correct.
Picture 5, sir, what is that?
That's the interior side of the driver's door.
Now, did you take any swabbings or take anything as an exhibit with respect to the interior of the vehicle?
I don't recall doing that, ma'am. We didn't seize anything from the vehicle.
With respect to the outside of the vehicle, did you take any swabbings or seize anything as an exhibit?
No.
Did you document the vehicle in the state you have found it in?
Yes.
Picture 6, what is that?
That's a photo of the inside of the front passenger compartment that was taken at the, it appears to be the completion of processing.
And 7?
Photo of the steering wheel and dashboard of the Jeep.
And 8?
Again, the front passenger compartment of the Jeep Cherokee.
Now, did you go through the trunk in the cargo area?
Yes.
Picture 9, sir, is that what the cargo area looked like on June 6, 2019?
Yes.
Did you seize any of those items contained in that photograph as evidence?
No.
And 10?
Again, it's a medium or close-up view of the contents of the rear cargo area.
What were some of the contents of the rear cargo area?
It was construction equipment or contractor's tools, package of paper towels.
Go to 11. Sir, what is this?
And that's the contents of the rear cargo area laid out during the inventory.
Everything was removed?
Yes.
What about the interior of the car? Not just the cargo area. Was everything removed from that as well?
Yes, those items can be seen in the background.
Do you mean the one closer to the top of the photograph?
Correct.
Okay, and the one closer to the bottom of the photograph, where is that from?
That's from the rear cargo area, as it's noted on the paper.
Picture 12?
That's the contents of the glove box.
Picture 13?
Items from the driver's side door, left front door, and the center console.
And picture 14?
And that's from the rear of the vehicle.
Picture 15?
Items, again, from the glove compartment and the right front floor and right front seat.
Now, sir, did you also process a Chevy Suburban, a 2015 Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
What day did you process that?
On May 31st, 2019.
Was that the same day as a Ford Raptor?
Yes.
Where were you located when you processed that?
Again, we were in the garage at State Police Troop L. Litchfield.
Did you have a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
Who were you with?
And we were being supervised by Sergeant Joe Duva. Detective Pearson was there, Detective Hazen, Detective McGavin. There might have been other members of major crime there as well.
What was your assignment for that day?
I was the evidence officer.
Now, with respect to your search, did you wear protective gear in the course of it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, please. Take a look at the screen in front of you. For the record, the screen to the jury is dark. And file marked Chevy Suburban. So I'm going to show you a series of photographs if you can take a look. This would be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in the photograph?
Those are all overall views of the exterior of the 2015 Chevy Suburban.
Is that what it looked like on May 31st, 2019 at the Troop L garage?
Yes.
Were you present for those photographs?
Yes, I was.
And did they fairly and accurately represent what the vehicle looked like that day that you conducted the search of the car?
Yes.
State would move 1, 2, 3, and 4.
No objection.
And is the file Chevy Suburban,
It is, Your Honor.
2015?
It just says Chevy Suburban, but it's contained within State 71.
Thank you. File Chevy Suburban, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is photos 1, 2, 3, and 4 admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. If you can take a look at the screen in front of you as well. I'm going to show you 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, with respect to 5, 6, and 7, sir, what do those depict?
Those depict the interior compartment of the Chevy Suburban.
Is that the interior compartment of the Chevy Suburban on May 31st, 2019 at the Troop L garage prior to you conducting your search?
Some of these photos may have been taken during processing.
Okay, well, if we can walk through them then. 5, what is that?
That appears to be an overall view of the front passenger compartment taken through the driver's side door.
Was that photograph, were you present when the photograph was taken?
Yes.
Was that photograph taken prior to starting the search or during it?
That was at the beginning of processing, so prior to actually searching the vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what the front driver's seat looks like on May 31st, 2019 at Troop L?
Yes.
State would offer 5.
Just 5?
I am walking through them, Your Honor, because he said they were at various times in the processing. I just want to make sure the
Is there an
record's clear.
objection?
No.
File Chevy Suburban, photo 5, admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, 6?
This is a photo of the compartment which was under the floor of the rear cargo area.
Was that photo, were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
Was it taken, well, at what stage in the processing of the vehicle was this photograph taken?
This is either an overall taken prior to the search or during the search.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what the compartment under the rear cargo area looked like on May 31st, 2019 at Troop L?
Yes.
State would offer 6.
Object on relevance.
Thank you. File Chevy Suburban, photo 6, admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you file 7. What is represented in that photograph?
This is the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban.
Now, with respect to the compartment, that is the compartment up or down?
So the compartment in the previous photograph would be underneath this floor.
And with respect to the floor, sir, is that what is contained on that floor?
That is a WeatherTech floor liner.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what the Chevy Suburban 2015 look like, cargo area on May 31st, 2019?
Yes.
State would offer it, Your Honor.
Quick, what, dear?
Yes.
This floor liner you referred to as WeatherTech, that's the actual brand name on it, right?
Correct.
And it's and so I understand from looking at this picture, it shows it as it was in the vehicle fitting into the cargo area of that Suburban, correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to object.
And which number is this?
7, Your Honor.
Thank you. File Chevy Suburban, photo 7, admitted as full.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in that photograph?
This depicts the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban after we had applied the Luminol solution.
And were you present during that?
Yes.
Were you present during this photograph?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what the trunk looked like after you applied the Luminol solution?
Yes.
State would offer not 8, sorry.
Once again, Your Honor, here we are dealing with Luminol. I mean, the state is not going to be able to tie this up to anything, and so I object to the use of anything that relates. I think we had this conversation about a different vehicle, but again, Luminol has no evidentiary value, and therefore the picture has no value, and it's just confusing to the jury to even have it. It will not lead to anything down the road. I'll just indicate to the court.
What it does lead to is the thoroughness of the state police investigation, Your Honor, and how they process each of the vehicles, each of the scene at exactly the same way, conducting the same analysis, and goes to their adequacy of their investigation, which I know counsel are going to be crossing on. The jury should be aware of the fact that the state police left no stone unturned in this case, and that is a factor that should be allowed to be presented in the course of what Detective Riley did when he processed these vehicles.
Well, before you proceed, to argue that the state police left no stone unturned sounds more like closing argument. That's not an objection. Of course, it's going to be traditional for defense counsel to attempt to show that the state police did not leave or did leave some matters unattended to. That's traditional for defense counsel. based on what the court sees here, there is, well, the application of luminol. The court does not know, other than anticipating the defense's attack on the thoroughness of the investigation, how this will come in, but the court is not going to preclude it just because at this point, any other reason other than thoroughness of the investigation is not apparent to the court. The court is not presenting the state's case. The state is presenting the state's case. So the objection is overruled.
That would be, I believe, picture 8 and state 71, file mark Chevy Suburban. So I'm going to have you take a look at pictures 9, 10, and 11. With respect to 9, 10, and 11, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What is depicted in those photographs?
These are the contents of the Chevy Suburban taken during the inventory.
Were you present during the inventory search?
Yes.
Were you present when these photographs were taken?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the contents of the 2015 Chevy Suburban on May 31st, 2019?
They do.
The state would offer, Your Honor, 11, actually, I think it comes down to 9, 10, and 11.
Once again, Your Honor, and I just want to clarify something. I am not claiming that the state didn't do a thorough investigation. Our only claim is they did a biased investigation, but to put in everything they did that didn't lead to anything makes it irrelevant. They could have maybe talked to 1,000 people and only 4 had something to do with the case. That doesn't mean the state gets to put in testimony from the 996 people that didn't have any information or didn't provide evidence for their use. That's why I'm objecting. It adds to confusion. We're going to have 1,000 exhibits. 99% are going to have nothing to do with the case. That's my concern.
Well, the court would not know whether 99% of the exhibits would have nothing.
Well, I made that up. I apologize. The percentage.
Well, of course, the state is not going to, as the aphorism goes, show its hand. The defense is not going to show its hand. It sounds like the cliches that we hear in the sports world. Well, what are you going to do today? I'm going to play defense and we're going to execute. That can mean anything. And so for the court to even determine whether something is relevant at this point, just based on the offer, is an exercise in divination. Because the court is certain that if there is a stone unturned, that will be attacked by the defendant. So overruled. Now, the time is now 11:18. Take our morning recess until, take the morning recess until 11:35. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until
11:35.
11:35. This honorable Superior Court is now open and back in session. Good morning.
Morning, please be seated. Thank you. And you can bring the jury in. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If I may inquire, Your Honor. Thank you. I believe we left off at the break. May I inquire the court with respect to State 71 file labeled Chevy Suburban? Did the court admit that as a full?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at the screen behind you. If you can, sir, what is photograph 1 out of that file?
That's an overall view of the 2015 Chevy Suburban as it was parked in our garage.
On what day?
31 May.
And by garage, where is that?
That's at Troconis in Litchfield.
Picture 2?
Again, another overall view of the front end.
Picture 3?
That is the left side or driver's side of the vehicle.
No, so when you processed the Chevy Suburban that day, did you take any swabbings or anything from the outside or exterior of the vehicle?
Yes.
What did you do?
I took DNA swabbings from the exterior door handles to include the tailgate.
With respect to swabbings, is that the same procedure that you have discussed on the other vehicles?
Same procedure as the Raptor, correct.
Protective gear as well?
Yes, gloves and a mask.
Picture 4?
That is the right side or passenger side of the vehicle.
Does this photograph also show where you took swabbings from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, those two exterior handles.
The door handles, the front and the passenger?
Yes.
Picture 5? Did you take any swabbings or anything for evidentiary value in picture 5?
Yes, I took DNA swabbing from the steering wheel.
And picture 6, sir. What does that picture contain?
That is a photo of the compartment that was underneath the floor of the cargo area.
Did you take any swabbings or evidentiary samples with respect to the compartment underneath the floor?
No.
Picture 7.
That is a picture of the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban.
And with respect to the flooring of the rear cargo area, what is that?
That is a WeatherTech floor liner.
Sir, I have a question about the liner. It's different colors in different areas. Why is that?
Objection? How would he know?
Well,
If you know.
Unless he did it.
well, that may be what the testimony is, so the court is going to overrule the objection.
Well, I would ask for a foundation question then, because if he didn't do it, then I would object for that reason.
I can ask a foundation question, Your Honor, if it's easier. Sir, did you take any action with respect to the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, during processing, we sprayed a luminol solution in the throughout the interior compartment passenger compartment to include the rear cargo area.
To include it, if you can, sir, would you, Your Honor, if you may stand up to
Yes.
the screen. Sir, if you could walk up to the screen behind you. With respect to photograph 7 out of State 71 file Chevy Suburban, did you spray any luminol in that area?
Yes, I did.
Where did you spray?
On the floor liner, on the walls, on the back of the seat, the carpeted seat back.
What was the purpose of doing that?
It was
Objection,
to,
asked and answered.
Well,
I don't think it was, Your Honor, with respect to this,
well,
this
the-
piece of evidence.
concerning the reason the luminol was sprayed concerning this photograph, that has not been asked and answered. Overruled.
Sir, why did you spray the luminol in that area?
we were searching for areas containing latent blood-like material.
With respect to the luminol process, what did you do?
Objection, asked and answered.
But
with respect
concerning
to
this
this.
vehicle, it has not been asked and answered. Overruled.
I believe it was for this vehicle, Your Honor.
Was with respect to the photograph, Your Honor, based on counsel's objection.
It's overruled.
Sir, if you can, is the area that you, if you can walk through the process of utilizing the luminol in the cargo area of the vehicle, please.
So following a visual inspection, I applied a luminol solution in a darkened environment. Look for any kind of luminescent areas, and then I would further test those with the Castlemeyer presumptive test.
I'll just show you what's marked as picture 8.
Well, I mean, Your Honor, the issue was what was those white spots? And then he never asked the question. I don't know if those spots, we're supposed to speculate that the white marks on the liner were luminol, but we never heard that question, so.
Well, there is cross-examination that is available.
Sir, if you could take a look at picture 8, please. What does that depict?
This was a photograph during the application of luminol.
Is there any results from the luminol, and is the results captured on the photograph?
And I'm going to object to the term results. You can testify what it shows, not the results of something.
Well, the testimony so far has been that once the luminol is applied, it illuminates a certain area. So the court is not clear on what the objection is. If the objection is, how does luminol interact with whatever substances are on the surfaces, the court understands the testimony to be that it illuminates, it turns a certain color. So overruled.
Sir, did any area in the trunk cargo area illuminate after spraying the luminol on it?
Yes, it was this area here, depicted here by that bluish color. We further examined that area, conducted a presumptive test with the Castlemeyer reagents, obtained a positive result, and took further evidentiary samples.
From that area?
Correct, from the left-hand side.
When you say evidentiary samples, what does that mean?
2 swabs were taken of the area.
Do you know what exhibit number they are?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Would it refresh your recollection? Take a look at your report.
Yes.
Okay, Commercial Clerk, Your Honor.
Yes.
You state 72 for ID, sir. If you can take a moment, take a look at it, read it to yourself, please, and then look up when you're done. Do you recall what exhibit that swabbing was, sir?
Yes, we seized that as Exhibit 144.
Got that? Thank you. Did you take any further action with respect to the WeatherTech floor liner from the 2015 Chevy Suburban?
Yes, I ended up seizing the entire floor line
Why did you do that?
to send it to the lab for further examination.
You could have a seat, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, picture 9. Sir, what is contained in that photograph?
That is photographs of some of the contents of the interior of the vehicle laid out during the inventory process.
Picture 10.
Again, more contents from the inside of the vehicle.
And picture 11.
Again, contents from the inside of the vehicle, to include that WeatherTech floor liner.
And the WeatherTech liner, is that what is contained on the left side of that photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you also have an opportunity to conduct a search of 585 Deer Cliff in Avon?
Yes.
What is 585 Deer Cliff?
585 Deer Cliff is a house on a piece of property owned by the Ford Group. The house was, as we found it, in a state of disrepair, was unoccupied.
What day did you go there?
We went there on June the 4th.
Did you have a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And you say we, who was with you?
So Detective Downs, Detective Hazen, Sergeant Duva, other members of the Western District Major Crime Squad, and we also had some state police K-9 teams with us as well.
What was the purpose of going to 585 Deer Cliff in Avon?
We were searching for Jennifer Dulos and any evidence related to her disappearance.
Did you have a particular assignment that day?
Again, I was assigned as evidence collection, evidence officer.
So I'm going to have you take a look at the screen in front of you. For the record, the screen to the jury is black. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Is a overhead, looks like a Google Earth view of Deer Cliff.
When you say Deer Cliff, is that the place that you went to that day?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what day was that again?
This was June the 4th.
And I'm going to show you picture 2.
Have a moment of counsel.
Your Honor, counsel has indicated he has no objection to the file marked 585 Deer Cliff, states 71, for all the photos to be moved. I've asked that they be moved this time, and I can continue.
That's correct.
Thank you. 585 Deer Cliff. How many photos are there?
Your Honor, it is
14, Your Honor.
14.
1 through 14 admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, picture 1, if you wouldn't mind standing up and going to the screen behind you. Is 585 Deer Cliff reflected on that map?
Yes.
If you could point it out, please.
It's in the upper center portion of the image, marked with that red marker.
Is Deer Cliff Road on that map as well?
Deer Cliff Road can be seen here, running north-south.
What about Jefferson Crossing?
Jefferson Crossing is down here at the bottom.
And 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Fort Jefferson Crossing is at the bottom edge of the photograph.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Photograph 2, what does that depict?
That is a photo of the base of the driveway at 585 Deer Cliff.
Does this appear exactly like you saw it on June 4th, 2019?
Yes,
With the for sale sign?
correct.
Could you describe the house, please, or the property?
I said the property appeared to be unoccupied, not lived in. It was, the lawn was overgrown. The interior was unkempt. It was, the property was in a state of disrepair.
Picture 3, sir, what is depicted there?
That's a photo of 585 Deer Cliff. That's the front of the property.
And would you say the lawn was overgrown? Do you mean this at the bottom left-hand corner?
Yes.
Was that around the entire property?
Yes.
Picture 4,
That's the front of the residence.
and picture 5, sir.
That's a photograph of the garage door.
Were you able to get into the garage?
Yes, the garage was unlocked.
I just want to draw your attention and have one question on picture 3, sir. Over on the right side of the photograph, what car is that?
That's our major crime van.
So every time you say the van, is that what you're talking about?
That's the van.
That's the van. Okay. Picture 6.
That's a photo of the door on the front side of the house that we used to access to a residence.
Was it locked?
We found it open.
And picture 7, sir, what is that?
That's the interior of the garage at Deer Cliff.
What was contained within that garage?
There was a Porsche that appeared to us to have sustained some collision damage. And there was also a lot of contractor supplies, doors, insulation, things like that.
Were you able to enter that garage?
We were. We removed a lot of the material until we could actually go in and search that garage.
Did you search the garage?
Yes.
Sir, what is contained on picture 7?
That is some of the items we found in the garage.
In the lower right-hand corner, sir, what is this? If you can see my cursor.
That's the front end of the Porsche. We saw the back end in the previous photograph. This is the front end.
Was the hood up like that when you got there?
Yes.
Was there any other damage to the vehicle?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you?
Was there any other damage to the vehicle?
I remember a cracked windshield.
Picture 8? Is that what it looked like?
Yes.
What about the inside of the vehicle?
The inside of the vehicle, we noted that airbags had been deployed, and also there was the 2 front seats were missing.
Were they missing completely? Did you find them anywhere in the garage?
No.
What about the back seats?
They were in place.
And 9, sir, what is that?
Just more of the items from the garage.
That vehicle on 9, the white car, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that, what is it?
I remember it to be some sort of toy or model or something.
Okay.
It wasn't a motor vehicle.
It wasn't the size wasn't one that a normal car.
No.
It's for a child, safe to say.
Similar, correct.
Okay. And 10,
That's some more of the items found along one of the walls of the garage.
and did you enter the property as well?
Yes, I did.
What is that photograph, sir?
That's a view of the kitchen on the first floor of the residence.
With respect to the rest of the residents, did you find anything of evidentiary value at 585 Deer Cliff?
No.
And I believe I have one last question, sir. That photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That appeared to us to be the security camera. However, upon further examination, we could find no power source running to it. There was no memory card in it. So it appeared to us to be like a dummy camera.
Thank you, sir. With respect to properties owned by Fotis Dulos, did you also search a property called 80 Mountain Spring?
Yes.
Road? What day did you search that property?
We searched this on June the 2nd of 2019.
Who were you with that day?
Sergeant Duva, Detective McGavin, Detective Keppel, Detective Hazen, Detective Pierston, other members of the Major Crime Squad, and there were several state police canine teams also on scene.
What was your assignment for that day?
Again, as evidence officer.
Did you have a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
What were you searching for?
We were searching for Jennifer Dulos and any evidence associated with her disappearance.
Did you have a procedure or process that you utilized in conducting a search of 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
What was that process or procedure?
We first conducted a walkthrough of the property to determine what we were dealing with. We then went through with overall photographs, both primary and backup, and then broke the house up into different areas to search and systematically search the house.
And did you, well, I wanted to have you draw your attention to the screen in front of you, sir. This would be on State 71, filed Mark 80 Mountain Spring Road. For the record, the screen to the jury is dark. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted there?
That is a overhead view from Google Earth of 80 Mountain Spring.
Is that the area that you went to, or the house that you went to on June 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
States 2. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is another image from Google Earth, street view. That's the base of the driveway to 80 Mountain Spring.
Did you utilize that driveway in your search?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe this is 2A. Sir, what is that?
That is a overall picture of the base of the driveway taken on June the 2nd, 2019.
And you said take it. Did you take this photograph?
I did not.
Were you present when it was taken?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the, I guess, outside of 80 Mountain Spring Road that day?
Yes, it does.
States 3.
Again, another shot of just moving further up the driveway towards the house at 80 Mountain Spring.
Okay, I'm actually going to show you a series of photographs, sir. If you can, just take a look. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, those are overall views of the exterior of the house.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
What day were they taken?
June 2nd, 2019.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the outside of the house looked like that day on June 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
The state would offer photos 1 through 8 on file 71 marked 80 Mountain Spring Road.
No objection.
Sir,
So
moving
file
on.
marked 80 Mountain Spring Road, photos 1 through 8 admitted as full exhibit.
So I'm going to show you another series of photographs if I can. 9, if you can take a look at the screen in front of you. 10, 11, 12, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Sir, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What are they depictions of?
The interior of 80 Mountain Spring.
Did you search the interior of 80 Mountain Spring that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you go into each of the rooms contained in those photographs?
Yes.
Did they fairly and accurately represent what those rooms looked like on that day?
Yes.
State would offer 9, 10, 11, and 12.
No objection.
File 80 Mountain Spring Road, photos 9 through 12 admitted as full exhibits.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have you keep taking a look, please. 13, 14, and 15, 16, and 17. First, with respect to 14 and 15, I'm sorry, 13 and 14. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is depicted in those photographs?
The basement at 80 Mountain Spring.
Did you go down to the basement that day?
I did.
Were you present when these photographs were taken?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what the basement looked like that day?
Yes.
Thank you. And with respect to 15, 16, and 17, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
It's part of the wastewater septic system of the property.
And with respect to, I'll start with 15. What does this show?
Those are the lids of the septic system and 2 propane tanks that were buried off of the east side of the house, or adjacent to the garage.
Were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what that looked like that day?
Yes.
And with respect to 16, what is that?
That is the lid to that wastewater part of the septic system.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what it looked like that day?
Yes.
Okay, take a look at 17. What is that?
That's looking down into that tank once the cover was removed.
And briefly, did you take any action with respect to 17?
Yes, I did.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what it looked like prior to you? I'll withdraw that if I can. What is it? What does it show?
That's looking down into that wastewater tank. Is the best way I can describe it.
And does it fairly and accurately show what it looked like when you looked down into the wastewater tank?
Yes.
Okay. State would offer, believe it is 15, 16, and 17.
No objection.
So 80 Mountain Spring Road, photos 15, 16, and 17 admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. With 3 more pictures if you can. 18, 19, and 20. So there's 18, 19, and 20. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What is depicted in those photographs?
That's the interior of the garage at 80 Mountain Spring.
Did you go into the interior of the garage at 80 Mountain Spring?
Yes.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent what the interior of the garage looked like on that day?
Yes.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes, I was.
State would offer 18, 19, and 20, Your Honor.
Could you just quickly flash them again? 18, 19, and 20.
There's
please?
18, 19, 20.
No objection.
80 Mountain Spring Road, photos 18, 19, and 20 admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. If you can, take a look. I believe that's the entirety of 80 Mountain Spring Road, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If I may.
Attorney Manning, 13 and 14, we skipped over.
Oh, I believe we spoke about 13 and 14. Did I miss those two?
We did 15.
I would offer 13 and 14 as well.
Well, there is no objection to the photos 1 through 14 being admitted as full, correct?
Right.
Thank you, if I may. Sir, if you wouldn't mind Taking a look behind you, and actually, if you wouldn't mind taking a step behind you and taking a look at that screen. What is depicted on that screen?
Yes, this is the house at 80 Mountain Spring.
Which one, please?
I'm sorry, this one here. In the
Is that where?
center of the image.
Thank you. Is that where you went that day on June 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
And again, who were you with?
I was with members of the Major Crime Squad and State Police K-9 teams.
And the purpose for going there?
Again, to locate Jennifer Dulos and any evidence relevant to her disappearance.
Picture 2.
That's
Sir.
another image from Google Earth Street View of the base of the driveway at 80 Mountain Spring.
Now, over here, I'm going to draw your attention to this object here. Do you see the cursor, sir?
Yes.
In the upper middle left side of the screen. What is that?
Appears to be it's similar to a post for a real estate sign.
Was there a sign on it when you arrived there that day?
I don't recall.
And picture 2A, actually. What does this show, sir?
This is base of the driveway at 80 Mountain Spring.
And what are these red lines?
They were, it was almost like tape, engineer tape, used to cordon off the driveway from the lawn.
Picture 3.
And further up the driveway, we're looking towards the front side of the house.
What material is the driveway, sir?
It was a crushed stone.
And picture 4.
That's the front of the residence at 80 Mountain Spring.
Now, sir, if you can, I'm going to scroll in a little bit. Do you see this sign here? Do you recall that being on there?
Yes.
And what does it say?
It's said Ford Route.
And this red line going across, is that more of the tape?
Yes.
Was 80 Mountain Spring Road occupied, sir?
No, it was not.
Was there any items, that contained within it? Any furniture, clothing, anything like that?
No, it was unoccupied.
Picture 5, what does that show?
It's a photograph of the garage, the 4-bay garage.
Over here on the bottom right, what is this?
Again, this is the awning of our major crime van.
And how many bays are in this garage?
4 bays.
And picture 6?
That's the back of the house, ma'am.
And picture 7?
That's one of the ends of the house, ma'am.
Picture 8?
And that's one of the side yards and ends of the house.
And we see on the bottom right, or middle right, I should say, has that same 4-group sign, is that correct?
Yes, that's seen in the previous picture.
Picture 9, sir, what is that?
That's a view of the door that we use to gain access. It's on the rear of the house.
You indicated, did you conduct a walkthrough?
We did.
Did you utilize this door to conduct the walkthrough?
Yes.
What was the purpose of a walkthrough?
It was to basically get a layout of the house and see if there's any kind of transient evidence or fragile evidence to address first and come up with a game plan of how we were going to accomplish this search.
How long was the search that day?
It was approximately 8 hours.
Photograph 10, what area does this show?
This is the kitchen. The door we saw previously is one of these French doors here.
Did you seize anything of evidentiary value in the kitchen?
No.
But these doors were the ones you went through?
Yes.
Were you wearing protective gear when you went into the house?
Yes, I was wearing gloves.
What door is this, sir? Picture 11?
This is the front foyer of the house. That's the front door depicted in the center of the photograph.
And picture 12?
Yeah, it's one of the drawing rooms or libraries or living rooms on one of the ends of the house.
Picture 13?
The basement of the residence.
And picture 14?
Yeah, different area of the basement.
Picture 15.
Okay, this is off the side yard. This is the portion of the driveway adjacent to the garage.
Did you search the area surrounding 80 Mountain as well?
I did not go farther than these items here. I did see dog teams running through the woods and the fields adjacent.
With respect to those items there, what did you do?
I opened the lids on these propane cylinders here to check those, and I also opened the lid of this. It's almost like a gray water or part of the septic system.
Picture 16, what is that?
That's the cover to that, the part of the septic system I spoke about.
And picture 17?
And that's the interior of that tank with the top removed.
Did you take any action with respect to that tank?
I did. I examined this upper area for any blood-like material, any hairs, fibers, bits of clothing.
Did you seize anything for evidentiary value out of that tank that day?
I did not.
Thank you. Did you go into the garage, sir?
I did.
Picture 18, sir. Is that what the garage looked like that day?
Yes.
Was there anything contained within it?
Nothing besides that backpack blower and the recycling container.
Did you look in the recycling container?
Yes.
What was contained within?
It contained garbage and debris from landscaping activities.
How full was it?
I really can't say for sure, man.
Do you recall what items were contained within that bin?
I remember fertilizer bags, grass seed bags. There was a styrofoam coffee cup or disposable coffee cup that I took a look at.
Did you seize anything out of that bag?
No.
Picture 19.
This is just a view of the garage taken from that opposite corner, and this is the entry door into the main portion of the house.
What door is this, sir?
That I believe leads to a staircase to access the upper floors.
And on picture 19, next to that staircase door, there's a bags, and in the corner as well, next to the other door. What were those bags?
Landscaping material, fertilizer.
And just picture 20, what does that contain?
This is just an overall view of the garage at the conclusion of our search.
Now, there was, you can have a seat, sir. Sorry. There was a recycling bin in the garage, sir. Were there also garbage bins?
Yes.
Where were the garbage bins located?
They were located at the base of the driveway.
Near the road?
Near the road, correct.
Did you look in there?
I did.
What was contained within the garbage cans?
It was just an Amazon box or Amazon packaging.
Anything else?
That was it. It was empty otherwise.
Did you seize anything for evidentiary value out of that garbage can?
No.
Now, did you search also for Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
When did you search for Jefferson Crossing?
We searched for Jefferson Crossing on June the 2nd, 2019.
Now you say we. Who's we?
Members of the major crime van under the supervision of Sergeant Joe Duva.
And who are those members?
Off the top of my head, Jamie Pearston, Detective Bob Hazen, Detective Katie Keppel, Detective Frank McGavin.
I just want to clarify something. Just for a timeline, if I can, on May 31st, what items or properties or vehicles did you search?
We searched the Ford Raptor and the 2015 Chevy Suburban.
What day did you search the 80 Mountain Spring?
We searched that on the 2nd.
What day did you search for Jefferson
I'm sorry.
Crossing?
We searched for Jefferson Crossing on the 3rd,
And what day did you search 585 Deer Cliff?
on the 4th.
Okay. So this would be the June 3rd search of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I apologize.
Okay. Now, what was your assignment for that day?
Again, evidence collection. I was
And
a designated evidence officer.
were you there pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, I was.
What were you searching for?
And we're searching for Jennifer Dulos and any evidence relative to her disappearance.
Now, was there a certain procedure in place for conducting the search that day on June 3rd?
Yes.
What was that procedure?
We first conducted a walkthrough. I went on that walkthrough. And again, it was to get a general layout of the house, identify any kind of transient evidence or something that had to be addressed right away.
What time did you arrive that day?
At approximately 10 o'clock in the morning,
When did you complete the search?
at about 7 o'clock in the evening.
So you conducted the walkthrough first. What came next?
Then we went through and videotaped the property, exterior and interior.
Did you videotape it?
I did not.
Who was that assignment given to?
I don't recall now.
After the videotapes were going in, what happened next?
Then overall photography was done, both primary and backup.
Do you recall who was given that assignment?
I was Detective Hazen and Detective Kelton.
After photographs?
After photographs, then we began a systematic search of the interior of the residence.
Did you participate in that search?
I did.
As an evidence officer, what are some of your responsibilities that day?
My responsibilities are to not only search myself, different areas of the house, but also if other team members find anything of possible interest, they would let me know, and then I would eventually decide whether or not to seize it or not. I was also responsible for collecting those items, packaging them, labeling them.
Now, did you review the search warrant prior to entering the house?
Yes.
And again, just to be clear, on June 3rd, were you aware of the items that had been removed from the garbage cans on Albany Avenue?
Yes, some of the items.
Now, if you can, sir, take a look at the screen in front of you. I'm going to show you a series of photographs if I can. Photograph 1, 2, 3, actually this is labeled 4, 6, 7, 10. With respect to 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
Those are exterior views of the residence at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Is that how the outside of 4 Jefferson Crossing looked that day on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Who took those photographs?
These were taken by either Detective Hazen or Detective Kelton.
Do those photographs were you present when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
And I probably already asked this, but do they fairly and accurately represent the outside of that house that day?
Yes.
I would offer, Your Honor, 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 10.
No objection.
4 Jefferson Crossing, photos 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 10 admitted as full.
So if you could keep looking at your screen, we have 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Do you recognize what's depicted in 11 through 15?
Yes.
What is 11?
This is a view from the drive-through, looking towards the portion of the residence that contain like the business office.
When you say the drive-through, where in relation to the rest of the house is that?
It's, if you're standing in the front yard, it's towards the right-hand side of the house.
Is it near the garages?
Near the garages, correct.
Does it fairly and accurately represent that, drive-through area facing the house?
Yes.
As you saw it on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
With respect to photographs 12, 13, 14, and 15, what is contained on those photographs?
Those depict the two garages at the residence.
You say two garages? What do you mean by that?
On either side of that kind of drive-through, there were garages on either side.
If I can go to 12, which side of the cut-through garage is this?
That is the residence side. I'm going to call the side towards the house.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what the garage looked like on the garage side towards the house?
Yes.
Did you go in there and were you present at this time?
Yes.
And picture 13.
Again, it's another photograph of the garages on the side of the. From this photograph, I can't tell which garage this is in.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a photo report?
Yes.
Can I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Detective Riley, I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as state 73. If you can take a look at it, I'm going to draw your attention to the middle of page 5. Sir, did that refresh your recollection as to which side of the house the garage is on?
Yes.
Which side of the house was it on?
It would be on the office side.
May I have that back, please? And did that fairly and accurately represent what that looked like that day?
Yes.
And picture 14.
That's an overall view of the garage on the house side, the residence side.
Did that fairly and accurately represent what that looked like that day?
Yes.
Did you go through the garage in the course of your processing?
Yes, I was part of the team that searched this portion of the house.
And 15, sir, what does that picture do?
That is a overall photo of the garage on the office side. of that drive-through.
Did you go through that garage as well?
Yes, I did.
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you saw that day on June 3rd, 2019 of the garage on that side of the house?
Yes.
Your Honor, state would offer 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Could you just put 11 up for the witness, please? Detective Riley, I'm not sure I understood your description of this image, number 11. You said it was a door to the office, but I see two. In this image, I see two. So you could just clarify for me which is which that you're referring to?
I remember the door on the right-hand side, that darker colored wood door, led to a staircase that led up to the office.
That's what you were talking about, that door to the office, not the one to the left.
Right.
Correct. Correct. I know, that's the old.
Right.
Correct, right?
Correct.
And that door goes to which garage so that I'm oriented correctly here?
The garage underneath the office.
Yeah, but if I'm standing by the street looking towards the house, there's that, you referred to it, it's like a portico, you called it a drive-through, but
Correct.
it's like a covered archway, right?
Portico's
There's a fancy word for it, but I can't remember, Porsche something, but I can't remember. Would these be, this picture, would it show the left side of that archway?
I believe it shows the right side of that archway.
The right side. So there's two garages that are actually separated from the other two garages by that archway?
Yes.
Okay. And one other question I wanted to ask you, could you please show the witness 12, 13, that one, and 14. Let's go back to 13, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. Is this how you saw? You said this is the side of the garage that's actually on the side closer to the house as opposed to the side where the office was?
No, this is this is a photo of the garage on that right-hand side of the house.
On the separated right-hand side garage.
Correct.
Right? And it looked like this, the floor looked like that with that staining and everything?
Yes.
And one more, the next image, please, number 14, please. Is this the same room, or is this now the same garage, or is this now the other garage?
This is the opposite.
Okay, so this garage, number 14, is the one, so I'm oriented closer to the house side, right?
Yes.
Left, facing the house. On the left. Yes?
Yes.
And were those stains, did they look like that when you were there that day?
Yes.
I have no objection to any of those.
Thank you. 4 Jefferson Crossing, photos 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you, if I can, I'll start with 16. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the mudroom off of the kitchen.
Did you search this area on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Is it a photograph prior to the search or after the search?
It was after the search.
How do you know?
Because I noticed that item, that black bag depicted on the floor, had been moved from its original position.
Who moved it from its original position?
I did.
Okay, so this photograph, does this photograph fairly and accurately portray the mudroom, including that item, as you left it after the search?
Yes.
The state would offer 16, Your Honor.
No objection.
4 Jefferson Crossing, photo 16 admitted as full.
State's 16A, sir, if you can take a look at that. What does that depict?
That's an item that I found within that black bag.
And by black bag, that's the item that you moved in the previous photograph?
Correct.
Did you take this photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you put that item where it is on its location?
Yes.
Okay. So and the numbers on it and the other item itself, did you place those like that?
I placed the numbers there.
Okay. So does this photograph fairly and accurately represent as an item you placed and put down on the mudroom in 2019?
Yes.
State would offer 16A.
No objection.
For Jefferson Crossing, photo 16A, admitted as full.
And 16B, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That's another item that we found inside that black bag on the floor of the mudroom.
Did you remove it from the black bag?
Yes, I did.
And did you place that item on, I'm sorry, is this the floor?
This is the floor of the mudroom.
Did you place that item on the floor of the mudroom?
Yes.
In that manner and the way it's reflected on that photograph?
Yes.
And with respect to the numbers on the top, did you place those there?
I did.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what that item looks like on the floor of the mudroom after you had removed it from the black bag and placed those markings at the top on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
State would offer 16B.
One dear, please.
Yes.
The state keeps referring to this as, quote, an item. This is 3 different items, isn't it?
I seized them all together as one.
You seized them at the same time, but you said it was one. It's 3 different things that we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
And you said they were inside the other bag that you talked about, which had the other number that we just saw a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And you laid them out, these 3 separate things on the floor, right?
Yes.
And you didn't take this picture,
No, I did not.
but someone else took it while you were present?
Yes.
And who chose which order to put these 3 pages in?
I did, sir.
You laid them out yourself?
Yes.
No objection.
For Jefferson Crossing, photo 16B, admitted as full.
So I'm going to show you 17. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that is the kitchen of the residence at Jefferson Crossing.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the kitchen looked like that day on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Did you go through that kitchen?
I did.
State would offer 17, Your Honor.
No objection.
For Jefferson Crossing, photo 17, admitted as full.
State 17A. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That is a photo of an item that was found during a search of the kitchen.
Did you place it there?
I did,
And
along with the number.
where, in the kitchen, is that the kitchen we just saw, 17?
Yes.
Okay, so with respect to 17A, you placed a number in the bags there. Is this a fair and accurate representation? I'm sorry, I should strike that. Is this a fair and accurate representation of what that item looked like that day on June 3rd, 2019, after you had placed it there with the, item number next to it?
Yes.
State would offer 17A.
And just to clarify, you said you placed it there from someplace else?
It was found during a search of the kitchen.
But when you say it was found, just in something?
Yes, it was in another location.
Like under a sink maybe?
It was in almost like a recycling cabinet.
So under a counter someplace?
Yes.
Or in a pantry? What are we talking about?
No, it was under a counter.
And did you see it under the counter?
I don't recall.
So did you pull it out yourself from the counter?
I don't recall if I did or the person who was also searching the kitchen with me did.
And who was that again?
I was Sergeant Joe Duva.
Sergeant Duva, D-U-V-A, right?
Yes.
Was the item pulled out that way, or is that something you did for purposes of photographing?
I did not do that.
So did Sergeant Duva?
If he removed it,
Well, you don't know.
I don't know.
Fair enough. And then there's another box that's seen in the same image. You're not being asked about that, but is that in that location where it is in this image, or is that also something that was placed there? You know?
That was removed during the search and placed on top of the counter.
Again, do you know if it came from the same recycling cabinet that you just mentioned, or was it from a different place?
I don't recall, sir.
And after it was placed, that is the object, which is a box, so I'll just say it because I just want to be clear. You put the number next to it before that photo was taken, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that's why in the previous photograph, we don't see this at all, right? The one that of the number 17, we see that in that image?
No.
Go back one just for a minute, please. Yeah, so that was placed after this image was taken, right?
Yes, this was taken before the search actually got started.
And so that I'm clear about the 17A, that's how it looked after it was placed by maybe Sergeant Duva and after he'd taken out of someplace else, right?
Yes.
With that clarification, I do not object.
Thank you. For Jefferson Crossing, photo 17A admitted as full.
Sir, just a couple more. 18 and 19. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What is depicted in that photograph?
These were the dining room and living room of the residence we found on the first floor.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent what the dining room and the living room look like for Jefferson Crossing on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Photograph 20. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That is a photograph of the second floor office, business office.
Did you go into the office?
I did.
Did you assist in a search in the office?
Yes.
With respect to this photograph, where in the timeline of the search is this photograph taken?
This is taken at the end of the search
How do you know?
because on the chair you can see a copy of page 5 of the search warrant.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent what the office looked like at the end of the search on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Well, the court just wants to clarify the testimony. Was this photo taken at the end of the search, or was this photo taken last?
This was one of the last photos taken at the scene prior to us clearing.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just to clarify, sir, do you take photographs at the end of the scene at the end of the processing or the end of the search?
Yes, we do.
Why do you do that?
Just documents the condition of the scene as we left it.
Show you what's been marked as picture 21. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is an item found in the upstairs office.
Did you find this item?
I did not initially locate it, no.
Who did?
Detective Pearson.
Did you place it in the area that it's depicted in the photograph?
I don't recall if it was already in that exact location or if I just squared it up for photography purposes.
What is this location?
This is the center table in the upstairs office.
Is that the table that was on the preceding photograph you saw?
Yes.
And when the markings or placards on the top of it, did you put those there?
I did.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent this item as displayed after you put the markings at the top of the item?
Yes.
State would offer, actually 21, I believe, and 22. Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the back, or the reverse side of that item.
Did you flip the page over to the reverse side?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
The photographer did.
Did you look at the back and the front of it?
I did.
And did you make a decision to seize that as an exhibit that day?
Yes.
Does states 22 fairly and did you, by the way, did you move the placards or the right numbers at the top of it?
Did I move the placards?
Move them in between of the photo shoots, I guess.
I did not.
Okay. And so those are the ones that you put down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately represent the backside of that paper that day?
Yes.
State would offer 20, 21, and 22.
May I inquire?
Yes.
With regard to 20, the items in the trash barrel, is that how you observed them when this picture was taken?
At the conclusion of processing, that's what it appeared to be.
Did you either take something out of that trash barrel or put something in before this picture was taken?
I did not personally, but I know that those trash barrels were searched.
Somebody did go through them.
Yes.
So maybe things were moved around in this.
As depicted in this picture, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then if you could go to please 21 for a moment. I just want to be clear. The folds and the wrinkles that are in this item, were they on it when you first observed it?
Yes.
You didn't do folds or anything to change it, right?
No.
And or crumple it in any way?
No.
Do you recall whether the item when you first saw it was in that trash barrel?
I don't recall. This is the first time I saw this. It was in this condition.
But you don't know who took it out from wherever it was, right? You weren't the one who discovered it.
I did not discover it, no.
Someone else called your attention to it.
Yes.
And this is the condition it was in when you said you might have moved it to straighten out, but that it was in this general location next to the item with a Post-it on it when you seized it, right?
It was on the table.
Okay. And you didn't take whatever else is in this Exhibit 21, right? There's some items to the right there with some Post-it and some other stuff that I just want to make clear. That was not seized?
No, it was not.
All right. And then if you could just please go to 22. You're saying this is the back side of that same document, right?
Yes.
And did you flip it over or did someone else flip it over for this image?
For this photograph,
yeah,
it was. I did not do it. It was the photographer.
I didn't hear the last.
It was the photographer.
The photographer, and that would have been either of the two officers you mentioned, either Detective Hazen, or I forget her name now. Who was the other photographer that day?
It was Detective Keppel.
Koppel?
Keppel.
How did she pronounce it?
Keppel.
With like an O-E-P-P?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure we're talking about the same person. I don't have any objection.
So for Jefferson Crossing, photos 20, 21, and 22 admitted as full.
Thank you, Your Honor. That contains the entirety of States 71.
Well, Madam Clerk is indicating what happened to photo 18
And 19.
and 19.
18 and 19, Your Honor, I offered that as well. 18 and 19 were the living room and I believe dining room. State would offer that. I don't believe there was an objection to those.
No objection.
So for Jefferson Crossing, photos 18 and 19 admitted as full.
Thank you. So I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that screen? This is photograph 1.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is Jefferson Crossing. Number 4 is depicted on the right-hand side of the frame.
Would you mind standing up and just pointing to it, please?
And this is for Jefferson Crossing here.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. What is depicted in 2?
This is the front of the residence at Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Do we also see the van?
Yes, parked right out front.
Okay. And these other cars?
Those are belong to the members of the crime band.
Picture 4?
That's the front door of the residence.
Picture 6?
That is one side of the residence.
And picture 7?
The back of the residence.
On that day, sir, did you go search the outside of the property as well, or I should say the lawn area?
Yes, I walked the lawn around the house.
And who was with you that day for the search of Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It was Detective Duva, Detective Hazen, Detective Keppel, Detective Pearston, and Detective Gabby.
And 10, sir, if you could just describe what is depicted in 10.
That's at a portico or drive-through between the 2 garages.
Now, I know there was some questions about this, if you can, which side, and I am going to ask if you can go to the screen behind you, sir.
Sure.
Which side is closest to the house?
So this is the back of the residence. So this side would be towards the house, the kitchen, the bedrooms, things like that. I'm calling this over here the office side.
Okay, and when you say the back of the residence, is the street through there?
Yes,
Through
you can
the-
see Jefferson Crossing is the street right there at the end of the driveway.
And this door, sir, picture 11, which side of the, I guess, cut through is that on? The one close to the house or the office?
The office, it'll be on this side.
This garage picture 12, please.
This is the garage is on the house side of that drive-through.
And 13.
That's the garage on the office side of the drive-through.
Now, in the garage, did you seize anything for evidentiary value?
No.
14.
That is the garage on the house side of that drive-through.
And 15.
That's the garage on the office side.
Did you seize anything of evidentiary value from those 2 garages?
No, ma'am.
You can have a seat, sir. If you can, just describe what is depicted in 16.
So this is the mudroom on the first floor. The door to the backyard will be on the left-hand side of the frame. And this is taken from the doorway towards the kitchen.
Did you conduct a search of the mudroom, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did you personally conduct a search, or did anybody else search that area depicted in that photograph?
I personally conducted this search.
When you conduct a search of an area like the mudroom, what areas did you search?
Everything. So I'll start on in one corner and just systematically work through all cabinets, shelves, items found on the floor until I reach the corner again to ensure that I've checked everything.
Were you wearing any protective gear while you were doing this?
I was wearing gloves.
In that search, did you search any of the bags?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to the, middle of that photograph. Do you see that black bag on the photograph?
Yes,
Did you search that bag?
I did.
Where was it when you searched it? Or I should withdraw that. Where did you first see it?
So I initially found it underneath the bench. It was upright, leaning against the side of one of those cubbies.
On the top or the bottom?
Oh, I'm sorry, on the bottom. So it was resting on the floor.
Did you go through that bag?
Yes, I did.
Sir, what is depicted in 16A?
That is an item that I found within that black bag. It was a portable hard drive.
And did you find anything else inside that bag?
I did.
What did you find?
I found 3 photocopy pages of a handwritten note.
States 16B. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
those are those 3 photocopy pages of a handwritten note that I found in the black bag.
With respect to this bag, sir, where inside the bag did you find those pages?
Within the main compartment of the, it appeared to me to be like a computer bag.
Were there any other papers contained in that bag?
No.
What was the state they were in when they were inside the bag when you first saw them?
They were just as they appeared on the floor. They were flat.
They weren't folded or anything like that?
No,
Were they stapled or taped together?
no,
Or were they next to each other?
no. They were stacked on top of each other.
Did you make a decision to seize those as evidence that day?
I did.
Did you give it an evidence number?
I did, 158.
And when you seize something for evidence, sir, what's your process of doing that?
So I will, once a decision has been made to seize it, I'll give it an evidence number, mark it appropriately, like either with these yellow plastic placards or with those adhesive evidence rulers. I'll notify both photographers, both the backup and the primary. They will come photograph the item. And then once it's been photographed and it's been documented in notes, I will package it appropriately, seal it, and label it.
Why did you seize this item?
I'm going to object.
Well, the obvious answer is it was of some evidentiary value. So the court will allow the question.
Why did you seize that item, sir?
Because it was labeled on top.
I'm going to object to him characterizing. I thought he was going to answer as Your Honor suggested.
What the court wants to try to avoid at this point is a description of the content of the documents.
That's fine, Your Honor. I could withdraw that if I may just approach with...
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, State 74, I don't believe there's an objection if I may just approach the
Thank you.
Sir, if you can take a look, what is that document? Or what is contained in State 74, I should.
This is the evidence envelope I used to package the 3 photocopies.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's intention is to ask the court to allow it to open and publish using Elmo, reading it to the jury. Perhaps we should do that after lunch.
Well, they have to be offered, correct?
There's no objection.
There is no objection.
No objection to the admission.
Thank you. Do you wish to do that now?
It's going to take a while.
Well, better to start at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Can I have that back, sir?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch and recess. We plan to resume at 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good lunch.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You can exit the courtroom.
Would counsel approach, please?
Are we off the record?
Yes, off. Thank you.
You letting go? It hurt your wrist when I said that?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
I'm back.
May I have one moment? I'm not sure. Attorney Chauvin's in the back, I think. I'll be right back.
Attorney Manning also.
We should still be on the record. We should still be on the record.
We are.
Are we ready to bring out the
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. If I may get Detective Riley? If I may approach the clerk, Your Honor? Thank you. Detective Riley, I'm going to hand you state 74. Do you have some questions from you?
Yes, I do.
Do you have scissors?
No.
If I may, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could please open that. Sir, what is contained inside that envelope?
The 3 photocopies that I seized from Fort Jefferson Crossing on June 2nd, 2019.
If you could take them out, please. You turn the TV.
I thought I did.
Yeah, Your Honor. Sir, do you see what's depicted on the screen behind you?
Yes.
Is that the top half of the document that you seized that day?
Yes.
I would ask at this time if you can stand up and read it, publish it to the jury, please. Starting at the top line.
Some of the words I can't make out.
Okay, if you can, please, if you could start what day?
Friday, 5/24, 2019.
And here on the left?
And it says 1 a.m.
And could you read what is said right next, what is written right next to 1 a.m.?
I really can't make it out, man.
Okay, and what about right below 1 a.m.? What is there?
It's 6 o'clock. And then J. Michelle, DEPT, with her. Then below that, 6:40 wake up, alarm. And then took shower together, dress, jeans, Lucky plus blue shirt, coffee and cereal, brought computer to office.
And over here on the right, far side, what does that say?
It's like Nishi, I can't make out this word, doing juice bulk.
And underneath that, please, starting with the next line.
This is 7, office, 7:15, Kent, 7:30, Nishi left, 8:27, Andrea called, spoke briefly. I can't make out this mark here. Nishi back, office and kitchen. And it's like 8:50, Kent left. It's 9. And then we're 10. Worked on reviewing, can't make out this word here, but it's specification. And budget. Mishi and Andy covered our drafts. Continuing over to this side, it's like either 8 o'clock or 9. Can't make out that word called, and Mishi took. Can't make that out either. To Hutch and Aqua's supermarket.
Your Honor, if the witness cannot read something, it's obviously it's whoever's handwriting it is, to have this witness interpreted is misreading what the document is, and I'm not sure him reading it is making it any clearer, if not more obscure, by misstating words that at least I think I know what they are. So I have to object to this procedure. If it was a clear document, it's one thing. If it's clarified by someone who knows what's on the document, that's one thing as well. But to have this witness read things, if he said he couldn't make it out, then I'd be fine. But he's reading something, saying it out loud, and it's not correct. How do I cross-examine on that, since this is not my client's handwriting? So.
Well, of course, the comment that this is not my client's handwriting is never testify.
Well,
If I can, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
Just because this witness cannot read every word does not mean that there's no juror who can read the words. It's written in cursive or somewhat in cursive. Some jurors may be able to read it better than the detective line. So the objection is over.
You can continue, sir.
So left off here, 10:30, 10:45, left for, again, can't make out these two words. 12. Over here, about 10. I read that already. So 12 o'clock, lunch. Can't make out that word. Del Pepe, together. Can't make that out. Mishi. 1, computer. Sent email to Michelle Hogue, 125. Sent email to Jennifer, 124. Under 2, 585 Deercliff, Avon, called Mishi. I cannot make out this time here.
Ken, I'm gonna move it up.
Um, 88 MS measured tree line. Called Mishi 3 times, 3:15 to 4 p.m. I cannot make out these 2 lines here. Same goes with this. About clients visiting on Saturday. Spoke to her. Can't make that out. Went for. Again, can't make out the rest of this line here. 5:15 called Mishi. 4:30 Pavel. 5 back in house. 6:41 emailed. Can't make out that from phone. 7 West Hartford Starbucks. 2 frappuccinos. I did not like. Cannot make that out.
I'm gonna move it up.
Eight, officer at 8:15, called Lauren, called officer, can't make that out, texted, cannot read that, 8:24, 9, 8:45, left for Ethel Walker, expected with Mishi, and I cannot make out these 2 words there. 10, 9:45, back in house, dinner by myself in front of TV. 11, texted Lauren.
And at the bottom of the page, sir, is that cut off?
Yes, it is.
Is this the original document?
This is a photocopy.
This is what you found out of that bag that day?
Yes.
One of the pages?
Correct.
If you could start at the top, sir.
Phone calls, Nicole, incoming, 12:59, 16 seconds, thunderstorm. It's like Mammy,
Incoming, 8:02, 2 minutes. Outgoing, 8:02, 5 seconds. Outgoing, 7:45, 16 minutes. That's PETU, PETU. Outgoing, 8:41, 25 seconds. Outgoing, 8:38, 59 seconds. Danny, canceled, 8:53. Pappy, canceled, 8:54. Bruja, canceled, 8:55. Danny, outgoing, 9:16, 16 minutes. Petu, outgoing, 9:38, 2 minutes. Ruggs, outgoing, 11:52, 38 seconds. Spoke with Barbara.
Oh, here, I'll move it over.
She didn't know where Ruggs were. And then here, Nicole FaceTime, incoming, 11:53, 2 minutes. Fotis, incoming, 1:53, 23 seconds. Nicole, FaceTime, incoming, 2:39, 1 minute. Fotis, outgoing, 3:57, 2 seconds. Incoming, 3:35, 36 seconds. Incoming, 3:16, 1 minute. Poppy, incoming, 4:26, 21 seconds. Ruggs, incoming, 4:26, 1 minute. Fotis, incoming, 5:16, 47 seconds. Bruja, incoming, 5:26, 13 minutes. And then Petu, outgoing, 7:07, 3 minutes. Outgoing, 5:58, 18 seconds. Poppy, incoming, I can't make out that number there, 39, 1 minute. Bruja, missed call, 8:26. Nicole, incoming, 8:15. Um, 6:40, alarm, woke up and went to room, took shower with Fotis, black leggings, black Adidas, black sweater. 7, it's like either 0 or 10 or 7 o'clock. Made juice for Nicole and kids off to school. Made scrambled eggs for Nicole. 7:20, took Nicole to school. 8:12, back home. 8:30, cook an omelet. 9 o'clock, went to take bag of, can't make out that word, to warehouse. Can't read that. Hutch and secretary. 9:30, stop and shop. 10:30, back home with grocery. 11 o'clock, went to a Petu shop to say bye. 11:30, went to pond to ski, and no one there to pull me. Oh, pull me, sorry. 12 o'clock, had lunch, 2 Fotis, pastel de papa. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, home. 3:30, went with cleaning supply to AM. Back and forth. 4:30, Pablo came. 5:10, drove to pick up Ruggs and drove back too late to pick up closes at 5:30, spoke with Barbara.
Thank you, sir. If you can, please put them back. Thank you.
Here.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention. Actually, may I have one moment? Let's switch back to the- I'm going to go back to State 71. And file for Jefferson. What you just read, sir, was that what was contained on 158?
Yes.
$163. Did you seize that item as an exhibit as well?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Why?
Because it was very similar to the item that I found in the mudroom.
If I may approach, Your Honor? State 75. Sir, if I may just have a moment. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, sir, 163, where was that item, what area of the house of 4 Jefferson Crossing was that item found in?
In the office, on that center glass table.
Who found it?
Detective Pearson.
Did you see it like as it is displayed in the photograph, 21 off of 4 Jefferson on State 71?
Yes, I'm the one who placed the numbers there.
If you could take a look at the item in front of you, sir. What is that?
This is the evidence packaging for the item depicted on the screen.
How do you know?
Because it is labeled as such, and also these are my initials on the back.
Did you place the item inside the packaging?
Yes, I did.
State would offer, I'm sorry, what exhibit number is it?
75.
State would offer State 75, Your Honor.
Can I just look at the envelope again? I have no objection.
It's 75 is minute.
Do you still have your gloves and your scissors, sir?
Yes.
Would you mind please opening that? If I can, sir, did you look inside that envelope?
Yes, I did.
What is contained therein?
It's the piece of paper I seized is exhibit 163.
If you could take it out, please. Your Honor, if I may, it's on your own published. So I'm going to draw your attention again to the screen behind you. No, sir, with respect to this page, if I can, if you could take a look, please, as you just read from the other document. Is this the same page?
It's similar, ma'am. There's apparently some additional writing on it.
There is additional writing on this page?
Yes.
Where is that?
Mostly on the right-hand side of the paper.
If I may approach, Your Honor. If you could please hold it up and just indicate where the additional writing is.
So it appears this is different than the previous exhibit, and also this bottom is not cut off.
That page has 3 hole punches on the side, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that a photocopy?
No, this appears to be a handwritten note.
If I may, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen, sir. If you could just read the additional writing that is different from the other item that you just read, please.
So this is Pavel texted with, can't make that out, 212. Texted Pavel 213, texted Pavel 224. I can't read that. Called Pavel 338. Pavel called at 440. I can't make out the last digit with the asterisk. And then 1 a.m. officer called from NC, called them back.
So with respect to the document you just read off of the screen and this one, the only difference would be this part over here with respect to these writings about Pavel.
It appears to be.
As well as the bottom is not cut off, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the other document have a backside?
No, they were one-sided photocopies.
Is there something on the back of this side?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, if you will, if you can read.
Difficult to make out clearly. Met with, can't make this out. Neither with this time. Patent from NCPD, Rose, APPR 1015, Mian 1050. Actually, these minutes are difficult to make out too. Text Jacob. You have the 203 phone number here. Again, the minutes this time are not clear. Text Jacob. 12:15 left Farmington. 1:45 Starbucks with Jacob.
And on the bottom, sir?
Asterisk drove 3. Can't really read this clearly. Mishi, Cherokee, Fotis, Pavel, Raptor. Dropped Suburban and went back with Raptor. That's not clear. Picked up Tacoma, 585 DC. Left Tacoma, drove Raptor back here. Can't make out that. Tried to start bike. No start. This was a dirt bike. Gave him jump start box.
Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind putting that back into the envelope. Sir, do you recall the kitchen area of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Yes, can you? Thank you. So I may approach the clerk, Your Honor.
Yes.
Show you what's marked as state 76. I don't believe there's an objection, Your Honor. If I may require Detective Riley to open the item, please.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
State 76, admitted as a full exhibit.
If you can, take it out of the package, sir. Sir, what is that item?
This is the box of trash bags that I seized from the kitchen at Fort Jefferson.
The one contained on the photograph, which is state 17A out of state 71?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, put it back in the box. Your Honor, the state has nothing further with Detective Riley. So I may just approach and grab the item.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good
I'm going to start with that last exhibit that you were showing, exhibit 76. Now, we just saw the picture, and the bags were in the photograph, garbage bags were sticking out, right?
Yes.
So did you roll them back up in here?
I don't remember, sir.
Because the way that you just displayed it isn't how it is in the picture, right?
That's correct.
So when you found this or you said someone else found it in the cabinet and put it on the countertop, right?
Or it was myself, sir. I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. But was it open like this?
It was not like it is there, sir.
Okay, so was a bag coming out?
Yes.
Right, and I just want to hold it on an angle. So these are the way the bags were in there. If you pull one out, you got to they're in a roll, are they not?
They appear to be, yes.
So in order to, if you pull it out, you got to put your hand in there to stop them all from rolling out, right? I don't want to do it here for the jury, but am I correct? It's a roll, right?
Yes, it's rolled.
So you don't recall whether or not, when you found the box, was it on its side or was it lying on its bottom? Do you recall?
I don't remember, sir.
But in any event, the photograph shows it coming, the garbage bag coming out, right?
Yes.
And here, when we just looked at it, it was shoved back in with the top sort of closed, right?
Yes.
You are not making any representation that these black garbage bags are identical to any of the other garbage bags that were seized from anywhere, other locations during the course of your job as the evidence officer, are you?
No.
Did you send these bags on to be tested at the state lab for anything? Fingerprints, anything like that? DNA?
I personally did not.
And if I could just have Exhibit 75, please. Now, Exhibit 75 is this this handwritten document on. There's a purple end on this document, sort of on the edge. It's kind of a pink purple color, right?
Yes.
And it's a lined paper with pink on it, right?
Yes.
And there's holes punched in it too, correct?
Correct.
So do you know where this came out of? Did you find where this document came out of?
No.
And you didn't know who wrote this document, do you?
No.
Now I note that when you read it, on the back you also noted, I'm not going to put it back up on the Elmo here because I'm just going to mention, you read what you could off it, right?
Yes.
It's handwritten by somebody, right?
Yes.
You did read the name Rose, do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you know of an attorney, Michael Rose, who was connected to Mr. Dulos?
I don't know who or what Rose refers to.
Okay. Did you know there was an attorney, Meehan, associated with Mr. Dulos?
No.
How about attorney Jacob Pytranker? Was that somebody that you knew was connected at the time of this collection had some association with Mr. Dulos?
No.
Or did you check the phone? There's a phone number on here, right?
Yes.
Did you check whose phone number that was?
I did not.
Now, unlike some of the items we've seen that have all this fingerprint dust on it, once you put that black powder on it, or gray powder, it stays on there, right?
Pretty much.
So I'm noticing this document seems to not have that on there, so I take it you didn't test it for fingerprints at all?
I did not process it for fingerprints, no.
Okay. Let me just then ask you some questions about some of your testimony this morning. So one of the things you testified about was the Ford Raptor. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And the pictures that we saw of the Ford Raptor were either in a garage of the state police headquarters or in a lot of the state police headquarters up in Litchfield, right?
Yes.
That Raptor was taken there by some kind of towing platform truck, correct?
Correct.
And that was taken, I believe, on, was it May 31st, 2019?
I'm not sure, sir.
The first time you saw it, though, was, you said, on June 2nd?
No, the Raptor I first saw on May 31st.
You did see it on May 31st, up in Litchfield.
Yes.
So you don't know whether or not that was the same day that it was actually brought up to Litchfield?
I don't think it was. I think it was brought the day before.
On the 30th?
Possibly.
You sure it wasn't early in the morning of the 31st?
I can't say for sure, sir.
Well, let me ask you different questions here. Might refresh your recollection. You were asking questions about trash at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Yes.
And that's in Farmington, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so is 4 Jefferson Crossing is in Farmington, right?
Yes.
So you were aware that garbage pickup in that area of Farmington was on a Friday morning, right?
I was unaware of that.
You were unaware of that?
Yes.
Because I was trying to just see if that might refresh your recollection as to the day this truck was brought up to Litchfield. You don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay, fair. You know that someone brought it up there, and it was there when you got there. Fair enough?
That's correct.
All right. And you inventoried the that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you only see certain items, right?
From the Raptor, yes.
And the rest you just put back in the Raptor?
Yes.
And I noticed that in the, I could call up the image, but correct me if I'm wrong, there was a, in one of the items that was in the rear of the, just have a moment, I don't want to ask the wrong question here. I'm going to make sure I'm referring to the right vehicle, please. Let me just ask you, so I don't waste my time looking for it. There was a picture of a license plate in one of the photographs that was among the items that was inside the interior of the vehicle. Was that in the Ford Raptor, or was that in the Jeep?
I'm not sure without actually looking at the picture, sir.
Right, but you recall there was a license, Connecticut license plate Y910YFC. Remember that?
I don't remember the plate number, but I do remember seeing it on the inventory.
Was that license plate seized for any reason?
No, it wasn't.
How about the license plate AK25389, which was in the rear area of the Jeep Cherokee?
No, we did not seize that.
Did you check out the plate to see what it went to?
I don't remember if we did that day, but I did not run that plate.
And just so that I'm also clear, other than the gloves and the hat, you didn't seize anything else in the Ford Raptor, correct?
We did seize swabbings.
Oh, fair. I'm talking about items that were actually physically, that we saw these pictures. You didn't seize any of those items, right?
I don't believe so, sir.
All right. And the same thing with the Jeep Cherokee. We saw these pictures of cable, like electric cable and tools and whatnot that were in the Jeep Cherokee folder. You didn't seize any of those items, right?
We didn't seize anything out of the Jeep.
You took it out, you laid it out, right?
Yes.
You took pictures of it, and you put it back in, right?
Yes.
So, as far as you know, it had nothing to do with your investigation.
Not at that time, no.
No, if I understand, you were just trying to be thorough, right? Look at everything. Right?
Yes.
And the same thing with the Suburban, as far as the items that were in the Suburban, nothing was seized, right? That, again, we can talk about, you did some swabbing, right?
Right, and we did seize the, that rear WeatherTech liner from the cargo area.
Oh, you took the WeatherTech liner and then sent that out to be tested, right?
Well, that was the intent. I don't know if it actually went up to the lab or not.
Okay, and that was a kind of stiff WeatherTech thing, right?
Yes.
It didn't curve or roll up easily, did it?
Not easily, but I rolled it up.
It was very difficult to do, right?
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit then about, let me just make sure I don't have any other questions about the Raptor, it was a Cherokee, the Suburban. What year was that Suburban? Do you recall?
It's 2015, sir.
All right, so we're not confusing this with a Suburban that was belonged to Jennifer Dulos down in New Canaan, right?
Right,
Different vehicle.
different vehicle.
And you went to 585 Deercliff in Avon, correct?
Yes,
You took some pictures around that. It's kind of a rundown house.
yes.
Looks like it hadn't been worked on. Even though there's a for sale sign out front, it doesn't look like it was in any condition to be shown as a for sale real estate.
That's fair.
Okay. And then you indicated we saw some pictures of a Porsche Cayenne in what looked like the garage, but it was like covered in all sorts of debris and building supplies, correct?
Yes.
Surrounding it? And it was smashed up, right?
Yes.
I think we saw the windshield was crashed, like the windshield had an impact type shatter in the front,
Yes.
and the front was all damaged and banged in.
I don't remember the front or exactly where the damage was.
But you indicated that the front seats of the Cayenne were missing, right?
Or somebody had removed them, yes.
Okay, so there was a back seat, right?
Yes,
But no front seat, right?
yes.
And did it look like this vehicle had not been driven in a very long time?
That's what it appeared to be. Yeah.
Covered in dust and it was open too. No, you opened the garage, right?
Yes.
But it was covered in dust, dirt.
Yes.
Didn't look like it had been maintained recently.
It'd been there a while.
Did not appear to be, right?
Right.
Now, you also, let's talk now then about the houses that you actually spent a little time in. Let's start with 80 Mountain Spring Road. That house, we saw some pictures of 80 Mountain Spring, but that wasn't pictures of the whole house, was it?
No.
This was a house with what, 5 or more bedrooms?
It was a very large house, sir.
Remember if it was about 11,000 square foot house?
I'm not sure the exact number, the exact square footage.
And it had 4 garage bays, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the bedrooms, there were, let's see. There were at least 5 full baths in that house, weren't there?
I don't remember the exact number. There were a few.
So, if you don't know about the full baths, weren't there at least another 3 half baths?
Like I said, I'm not
Well,
sure the number of bathrooms.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Could you say that again?
No, I'm not sure the number of bathrooms that it was equipped with.
I assume, however, as part of your going through the house, that you went through every room of that house, right?
Yes.
I won't use the term leaving no stone unturned, but is it fair to say you looked in each room, each part of the room, and someone took pictures of every room, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And so what we've seen today is only a fraction of the space on 80 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
That's fair.
And did you look at things in the bathrooms, even if you don't remember the number?
I did, yes.
You checked to see if there was anything on any faucets, right?
Yes.
Stains of any sort, right?
Yes.
You checked the drains as well, didn't you?
As they came in, the tops of the drains at the bottom of the.
Yeah. Did you
the
spray anything in any of these bathrooms?
No.
No. You would make a visual observation first, right?
Yes.
Now, you testified that there was you remember that large for sale sign close to the house, right? Or something similar to that one, right? It was sort of an oval shape, looked almost like a, one of those comic strip thought balloons, kind of a oval shaped thing that in front of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Not the usual, you were also shown a picture, a Google picture that showed what looked like a real estate for sale sign, but the sign was missing, just the post was there, right?
Yes.
And were you made aware that this was a house for sale?
That was my understanding, yes.
And that there had been showings, real estate showings at the house during that time period?
Yes.
Did anyone come by to look at the house while you folks were all in there doing your stuff?
If they did, they just kept driving.
Okay.
Okay.
Because you didn't just come with the van, right? You came with your individual designated vehicles as well, right?
Correct.
And so that I'm also clear, when we talk about 80 Mountain Spring, you didn't just go through the bedrooms and the kitchen, right? And the bathrooms. You went through the garages, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you were in the garage, did you look at the floor? Did you see if there was anything that looked suspicious or that might be, as you put it, evidentiary value?
Yes.
Did you find any spots that you looked at closely? Did you use a flashlight or anything to sort of examine the floor of this garage?
Yes.
And did you take any swipes from the garage?
Not evidentiary samples, no.
Okay. And you said that you looked inside the garbage and recycling. Well, there was a garbage pail down at the bottom of the street, right?
Yes.
And this was, you were there on, I think you said the 2nd, right? That would be a Sunday?
It's Sunday.
This is Memorial Day weekend, right?
Yes. Oh, no, it's the weekend after Memorial Day weekend.
The weekend after, right, after Memorial Day weekend. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But on Sunday, the trash barrel was still out by the street, correct?
Yes.
And does that help refresh your recollection of what day trash collection was in that part of Farmington?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, the trash barrel can be out any day of the week. So the objection is not clear, but it doesn't clarify or enhance the memory as this court hears it. You can ask the question, counsel, but it does, just because the trash barrel is out does not mean it's going to be picked up the next day. So.
Did you notice whether anyone else still had their barrel out on that Sunday?
Objection. Relevance.
Well, the effort is to try to determine whether the next day was trash day. Overruled.
I didn't take any note of trash barrels.
Oh, now you did talk about the recycling barrel, right?
Yes.
And you opened that up, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned some of the items that were in there, correct?
Yes.
You said you saw a coffee cup, a used coffee cup in there, right?
Yes.
Now, was that one of these styrofoam cups, or was it like a ceramic coffee mug?
I remember it to be a disposable cup.
Did it have a logo like Dunkin' or Starbucks on it?
Not that I remember, sir.
Do you remember anything about it at all?
Just that I took a look at it and looked for any, blood-like stains or something like along those lines.
Did you physically pick it up and look at it?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. And did you see any stains on it?
I did not.
Did it look like it had coffee in it?
At one point, sir.
So there was some stain in it?
Yes.
Could you smell coffee in it?
I don't remember smelling it.
You don't remember smelling anything in it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
Objection. That wasn't a testimony.
I think it was the testimony.
Well, the court heard, I don't remember smelling it.
Oh, okay. Is that what you meant by that? You don't remember smelling it, or you don't remember smelling anything?
No, I don't remember going through the steps of smelling it to find out what was in it.
All right. And you didn't take fingerprints on it?
No.
And you didn't take a picture of it?
No, I did not.
You did not have anybody take a picture of it, right?
No.
And none of those yellow placards that you use for exhibits, state police exhibits, you didn't put those next to it at all, right?
No, we did not.
So you just left that and moved on to other examination, right?
Yes.
And were there any stains on the floor of the 80 Mountain Spring that drew your attention?
On the garage floor, sir?
On the garage floor, yes.
Yes, there were a couple areas.
And tell the jury what you did with regard to those areas.
We field tested those with the presumptive Castlemeyer test.
And they came back negative?
Negative, correct.
How about in the, you said it was gravel driveway?
Yes.
Did you do anything similar in the driveway?
We looked at the gravel driveway closely and found no such areas of staining.
You were looking for some kind of, let's be clear, something red or brown type staining?
Something that would appear to me to be possibly blood.
Not dirt or mud or anything like that?
No.
So let me just ask you a couple of questions. Call up a couple of pictures from I'll just note for the record the delay, Your Honors, I don't have the AV guy to help, so I'm IT person, so I'm doing my own IT work. I apologize for the delay. So this is photo. Just take a second here. This is photo 2 from, if you'll just look, you have it in front of you there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is from the street, Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Yes.
And as we're looking at this image, we're facing Mountain Spring Road in a north direction, right?
Yes.
And we can see the house that you're referring to is here set back, is that right?
Yes.
And as I understand, you said this was a Google Earth street view picture. It wasn't one taken by the state police, right?
Correct.
But if we go to the pictures that were taken that day, and all of these were taken the same day you were there, right? As far as you know?
Yes.
We'll just... You were asked about this pink, you said it was like pink surveyor's tape, is that right?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
And I think you also said to protect the driveway so people didn't park on the grass. Is that how you referred to it before?
That's what it appeared to me.
And in fact, if this house was for sale, you wouldn't want prospective home buyers to be parking over this nice lawn, would you?
Correct.
Right. And you weren't sure if that was the sign, but if we get up close, this is picture 3. Can you tell us what this sign says, even though it was from the back, it was photographed? This isn't reverse, but tell us what this picture shows.
Yeah, it says Ford Group.
And it was a large, advertising sign for the sale of this home, right?
Yes.
And you said the driveway itself was made out of gravel. Is that right?
Yeah, compacted crushed stone.
And the spots that you see here, You indicated you looked for some kind of staining that might be of evidentiary value. And if you look in the driveway, you see there are some spots, right, at the time, but were you able to determine what those were?
No.
But in any event, they did not appear to you to be similar to anything that you had collected that might be of evidentiary value, correct?
Right.
Now I'm going to just I'm going to jump down to picture 15 from the 80 Mountain Spring MSR folder. You testified that this was the area where the septic system was located, correct?
Part of the septic system, yes, sir.
Well, since I own a house with a sewer, let me just see if with sewer lines, let me see if I can recall. The septic system has like a tank and it has leaching fields, right?
Yes.
So when you say it's part of a septic system, there's only usually, if it's built right, there's only one access point to access the tank, right?
In normal cases, what I'm familiar with, yes. Not in this case, however.
Okay. In this case, was there more than one opening to get into a septic area?
That I don't know. I just know of this one.
Well, let's first of all be clear. If you look at the left-hand side of this image, you're saying these were in-ground propane gas tanks, right?
Yes.
So you determined that there was a gas line that ran from those tanks to the house?
Yes.
Okay. As far as where we looked, where you opened up the next picture, right? This is the cap on top of the septic system, right?
On top of that one particular tank.
Okay. Did you see another one on the property when you were there?
No, however, sometimes those are buried.
Oh, okay, but fair enough. But as far as the access point, you looked at the acreage, you looked around the yard, right?
Yes.
And this was the only access point you could find for a septic system, right? Now I'm looking at image 16.
Yes.
And then did you yourself open up I see there's a whole bunch of bolts around the edge here. Did you open those yourself and peer down in there?
I did.
And I see that there's water down there, right?
Correct.
Maybe some other stuff that we don't need to mention, right? Stuff down there?
I think that was just gray water.
Okay, well, did you have a truck come and do any kind of pumping to see what was in there?
I believe on the second, Farmington Fire Department came and pumped it out.
Oh, so were you there? You said on the second, that was the day you were there, right?
Yes.
So the Farmington Fire Department came and pumped out the tank, right?
Yes.
Now it looks like there's a ladder down into that tank. Do you see that in this image?
Yes.
I take it, you're smiling, I take it you are not the person who went down that ladder, are you?
No, I was not.
Did anybody in your presence do that?
Not that I know of.
Once they pumped it out, was it empty?
I don't recall, sir.
You were able to view whatever you needed to view in this tank, right?
The top portion, yes.
Okay. But again, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in opening this tank, correct?
No.
Now, you also walked around the entire property, right?
No, I didn't.
Others did, correct?
Yes.
There were dogs brought in?
Correct.
They checked the whole property?
It's my belief, yes.
It's my understanding also that somebody came with some kind of ground detector to see if there are any disturbed areas of ground, correct?
That was at a later date.
That was at a later date. It wasn't at this time.
No.
Okay. And I just want to go back for a second to the garage, which is where this line of questions started. This is the blue barrel you talked about in picture 19, correct?
Yes.
And you said the coffee cup was inside there, right?
Yes.
And this item that's next to it, what is this here?
That is a backpack blower.
I'm sorry, a what?
Like a leaf blower?
A leaf blower.
Right.
Okay, like a gasoline-powered one, or was it electric, do you know?
From what I remember, was it a gas powered?
And then I see there's some kind of a bottle and some looks like red tape or pink tape here. You see that?
Yes.
So let me ask you first about this pink tape. Did you see that?
No.
Was this similar to what you saw along the driveway that they were using to block it so nobody would park off the driveway?
It appears to be similar, yes.
And this is some kind of engine oil, does it appear to you to be?
It appears to be, yes.
Did you do anything with that while you were there?
No.
And again, if we look now at photograph 20 in the Mountain Spring folder, was there any portion of this surface of the garage floor that you tested either with KM or Luminol or any other reagents or sprays?
I remember testing a couple areas on the garage floor.
Came back negative, right?
Negative, correct.
I take it then, sir, that you would not say that your team's search of this house, which took, you said 8 hours?
Approximately, yes.
It was not a cursory search, was it?
No.
It was very thorough, correct?
Yes.
You looked at everything in that house?
Yes.
Every area of the house?
Yes.
You were looking for even small items that might be of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
So let's talk about 4 Jefferson Crossing. Now that house, you were there on June 3rd, correct?
The second, I believe.
Well, weren't you in this house on the 2nd? That is when I say 80 Mountain Spring.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, the third.
So it's the next day, right?
Yes.
So if you were in 80 Mountain Spring, just for the record, if you were in there on the 2nd, a day later, the 3rd is when you were at 4 Jefferson Crossing, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were aware that the house had been already in the possession of state police, had seized it and blocked it off as of the Friday the 31st, right?
I know we had held it for a day or two.
And you knew that there were state police guarding it round the clock before you got there, right?
Yes.
Were you aware as to whether dogs had already searched that property?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware of which state police officers, if any, had already been in the house between the time you arrived, between the time it was seized and the time you went in on the 3rd?
Based calling for hearsay.
Well, the question is, or the questions are, were you aware that the premises had been secured before you were there? And the next question was, are you aware that the premises had been secured around the clock? And the third question, as the court heard it, do you know which officers were there from the state police? And the objection is?
Objection is assumes facts not in evidence. It calls for hearsay and calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know for certain, sir.
Were you working in conjunction with the Western District Major Crime Squad at that time?
Yes.
Where they were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, I was actually part of that squad.
So you knew that they had been there at least since the 31st, right?
I'm not sure exactly when they locked down the house, sir.
Fair enough. You were aware they were there before the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went through the home at 4 Jefferson Crossing as well, didn't you?
Yes.
And we're talking about a house that was, as I started to get into before I changed subjects, you said it was somewhat larger even than the house at 80 Mountain Spring, right?
I didn't say that, but they're similar size.
All right. Would it be fair to say it was closer to 15,000 square feet?
I'm not a good judge of square footage.
Had 4 garage bays?
4 garage doors, sir.
4 garage doors.
Right.
Fair enough. So each door, there was place for at least 4 cars, right? You could maybe even double them up if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
It was a very large garage space, right?
Yes.
And you were showing a bunch of pictures of the
Attorney Sean, on what we will probably do right now
yes.
is take the afternoon recess until 3:45. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a late recess today because we came in a few minutes late. So we will resume the session at 3:45. Please do not discuss the children.
Rise. This Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
You can bring the jury out, please.
Yeah.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And we resume with cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, I wanted to just show you a couple of pictures of the house at 4 Jefferson Crossing, which is sort of where we were. This is the image that you talked about, is the portico that separated the right side of the garage, shall we say the left side of the garage and the right side of the garage. This picture being from the rear, correct?
Yes.
You indicated in your testimony before that the office of Ford Group was above this portion, that is, from this image 10, above the left side of the garage, correct?
I believe that's only part of the office.
That was what I was going to get to.
Yes.
In fact, the whole area, including the area above the right-hand garage doors, was part of the office, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It was a very large office in a very large house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went through the house, where did you start? Do you recall?
I don't remember, sir. The first thing that I remember searching was the kitchen.
By the way, do you remember there was a cat in the house as well?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember there was kitty litter in a box in various places as well?
Again, I don't remember.
Nobody was feeding the cat, to your recollection.
Objection.
Well, he said he did not remember that there was a cat at all, and so the question about feeding the cat would not make sense.
All right, fair enough. I'll withdraw the question. The team that you were with searching was approximately, I think you named 6 or 7 people, right?
Yes.
You were there the whole time, right?
Yes, I was.
But they were there the whole time, right?
Yes.
And they were all part of the evidentiary services unit with the van, right?
Yes.
Did you have any extra people come in to help
I don't remember, sir.
during that day?
Yes, again, I don't remember people specifically coming in to assist us.
When you went into the office area, I just want to show you a couple of pictures from that you were shown before. I'm going to go to, I guess it's 20 in this folder. You indicated that this was part of the office, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look at this image here, there are windows in the side of this wall here, correct?
Yes.
And we see trees outside that window, right?
Yes.
Were there also windows on the other side, that is the side we can't see in this image?
Yes, there were.
And then there's an area, if you'll see behind this chair right here, that had like another room right there. Do you see that area I'm referring to with the cursor?
Yes, sir.
And that was a fairly large room as well, correct?
Yes,
And it had a bunch of site plans and blueprints in that room. Isn't that what was in all of these shelving right here?
yes, sir.
You looked at those, right?
I might have looked at the drawers. I don't remember actually going through each plan.
No, that's my point. You at least opened every drawer just to see what was in it, right?
Yes, if I didn't do it, then somebody on the team did.
So let's talk about the team. The goal was to go through every part of this house, right?
Yes,
And you were the person that made the decision whether to see something or not that day, correct?
correct.
Other people had other assignments, right?
Yes,
And there was an overall supervisor there named, I think his name was Duva.
yes, sir.
He was present.
Yes,
But his job was more to be like a supervisor for the whole team, right?
correct.
You were still the one making the decisions about what to see and what to leave, right?
Yes, as part of the team. Yes.
The ultimate decision whether people would consult with you before something was actually taken as evidence, right?
Yes.
And you were working through like a court order or something, right?
Through a search warrant, sir.
All right. And you were consulting with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have those images here, but if we continued through this opening here in the brick wall, you would then come to yet another room that was part of the office, correct?
Where that cursor is, yes, that's another room.
And after that, you would come to what would be the main part of the house, right?
From what I remember, sir, the main part of the house is looking the opposite way.
I see. So it was the house was actually to the right of this image, is what you're saying, right?
That's what I remember, yes.
All right. So if I go to image 2 for a second, I just want to get this all clarified here. And I can't remember if this is the best. I guess it is the best view of the whole house from the front. This part from approximately where this gray state police SUV is back to the right on the second floor was all part of the office, correct?
Yes.
And the house itself began just to the right of this, shall we say to the left of this same silver SUV, right?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
And then continued all the way over to the very front where the headlights are of the state police van, right?
Yes.
And I note there are 1, 2, and 3 chimneys in this house, correct?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you also search the chimneys?
Not the chimneys, but
The hearths?
I remember taking a look at the fireplaces, yes.
All right. Was there more than one fireplace in this house?
I really only remember one.
The one in the living room?
Yes.
Were you shown a picture of that today? I know that we've seen them from another day, but did you see one today in this room?
I don't believe so, sir.
But you knew there was one in like a big family room or living room, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything of any evidentiary value in there?
No.
And you were looking for even small scraps of paper and stuff, weren't you?
Yes.
Anything that might help solve this missing person case, right?
Yes.
And that's why it took, I think, 8 hours just at this location, right?
Approximately, yes.
And one of the, I think it was Detective Pearston, videotaped every room, right?
Yes.
Now, you've seen that video before, haven't you?
A while ago, sir.
Okay, not today, in any event, right?
No.
And that showed the whole house from video from beginning to end, every room, right?
Yes.
And there was children's books in one room. Do you remember that?
I remember some bedrooms.
Well, this house, didn't have 8 bedrooms.
Yeah, there were a few, sir.
Well, a few might be your average house. This was more like 7 or 8, right? You don't have to know the exact number, but my correct, it was above the average number of bedrooms you'd find in an average house.
Yes.
And there were also, as I understand it, if I could just find the notes. There were at least 6 full bathrooms in this house, weren't there?
I'm not sure the exact number, sir.
There were several, would you agree with that?
Several, yes.
And those were full baths with showers and bathtubs, whatnot, right?
Yes.
And then there were still even more half baths, weren't there? A few half baths.
There were a few half baths.
And part of your job, or that of your team, was to check even for trace information in those areas, correct?
Yes.
So like I asked you about 80 Mountain Spring, somebody went in and looked at the faucets, right?
Yes.
Looked in the drains, right?
Yes.
Maybe you didn't dismantle anything, but you checked to see if there was even the smallest chance there might be anything like that would test positive for a blood-like substance, right?
Yes, sir.
Even if it turned out to be a vegetable, like you still would check for it, right?
Yes.
And everything was negative in this house, right? For those.
Correct. Everything was negative.
Now I'm just going to have you look for a minute at Exhibit 7. That is photograph 7 in the same for Jefferson Crossing file. You recall, you said you walked around the yard, is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that looked disturbed, did you?
No.
And there was an outdoor like grill area here, right?
Correct.
And you walked around out there?
Yes.
You walked around this sort of covered credenza area with like a porch, an open porch with these pillars.
Yes, sir.
And you remember there was firewood on the porch there?
I don't specifically remember the firewood, but
In any event, this was very close to where the fireplace that you were inspected was, wasn't it?
yes.
And you walked outside there as well as into the yard, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say you checked everything,
Correct.
or your team did.
Somebody on the team did, yes.
You're also aware that dogs had been brought in to search the property as well, right? State police dogs.
Yes, I was aware of that. I'm not sure of when.
But you know they were there maybe over the weekend before you got there?
I'm
You don't
not sure.
remember? But you knew that was part of the investigation, right?
Yes.
And they were looking for trace evidence of somebody, right? Or something that would be relevant?
They were looking for what they were trained for.
Now I understand, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, there was also a state police helicopter involved in the search at one point?
That I'm unaware of, sir.
Okay. I'm also going to just ask you a couple more of these pictures before I then. asked you about at 80 Mountain Spring, whether you looked at any, this is one of the pictures of one of the garages, correct?
Yes.
And we see on the garage floor, do you remember which garage side this was, by the way?
This is the one closest to the house.
Okay. The garage floor has various stains and whatnot that we can see on the floor here. You see that?
Yes.
And then the same thing I'll show you with regard to the, I believe it's the other. And again, you see where I'm referring to, there's all these stains on the floor here.
Yes.
Did you take samples of any of these stains that were on the garage floor?
I did not.
Did you use any kind of presumptive testing or reagent to see whether it had something that might be of evidence?
After visual inspection, if anything looks suspect, then I would do the presumptive test with the Castlemeyer.
All right, so did you believe that it was either oil or grease or something like that?
That's what I remember it to be.
And I'm just going to show you, that was picture 13. The same thing with now with picture 14. You see these stains. You observed them there that day, correct?
Yes.
And these are the other garages, the ones that are further away, the same garage?
This is the same garage on the house side.
Right, and for the record, it's the one with the blue Town of Farmington recycling bucket on the right side and the Farmington garbage receptacle also on the right side, right?
Yes.
This image. So let me just go back and talk to you a little bit about the photocopies that you had seized and that you were trying to read some of it to us, right?
Yes.
They were in some kind of what looks like a computer bag, right?
Yes.
Did you seize the bag itself as well?
No, I did not.
Was there a computer in it?
No.
But it was the kind of bag that you might put I'm not going to use but it was the kind of bag one could put a computer in, right?
Yeah, it was approximately that size, sir.
You said that when you looked inside, you saw 3 separate photocopies, correct?
Yes.
And they weren't stapled together, were they?
No.
They weren't in a folder, were they?
No.
You don't know when they'd been placed in that bag, did you?
No.
You didn't know at that time even who had written them, right?
Correct.
Do you even know what order they were written?
No, I don't.
Do you even know if there were 3 separate sheets, right?
Yes.
One of them, I think you testified, looked like the original one that had the pink line on the side, right?
Yes.
With changes, though, right? The original had changes.
Yes.
Did you, from that, conclude that the photocopy had been made before information had been added to it? Is that what it looked like to you?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
There's been what the testimony has been today is that Detective Riley read what was shown to the jury. The court does not recall evidence that he read, as he did today, those entries when he sees them. So you may ask a foundational question.
Of course, Your Honor. So if you recall, Ms. Manning asked you, after you read what you could read that was legible from the photocopies, you were then asked to indicate what appeared to be an additional information on what looks like an original piece of paper, right?
Yes.
The one with the pink line on it.
Yes.
And that was all over to the right-hand side of it, mostly, except at the very bottom.
Yes.
Right? And all those extra references, and I'll show it to you again if you want, all seem to have to do with somebody named Pavel, right? It's all said P-A-W-E-L, right?
Yes.
Those were the things that weren't on the photocopy that you found inside the black, I'll call it a computer bag or hand bag. Whatever you want to call it.
That's correct.
You don't know where the original of the other two photocopies went, do you?
No.
You don't know when the additional information was added to the original document.
I don't know that.
And just out of curiosity, because this time you're just collecting evidence, did you know someone by the name at that point of Pavel Gumieni? Did you even know that name at that point?
I knew the name during the investigation. I don't know where along that investigative timeline where I learned it.
And at the day you collected that evidence, you didn't know what relationship a Pavel had to Fotis Dulos, did you?
I don't remember when I learned about Pavel.
So you don't know, as you sit here today, you have no recollection as whether you knew.
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, the thrust of the testimony is that he does not remember when he learned about either a relationship between Fotis Dulos and Gumieni, or when during the investigation he learned other information. That's how the court heard the testimony.
By the way, when you searched a home, you were asked questions about whether 80 Mountain Spring appeared to be lived in. And your answer was it appeared no one was living there, right? That was your answer before?
Yes.
Did it appear that 4 Jefferson Crossing was lived in?
Yes.
Did you know who had been living there at the time?
Besides Fotis Dulos?
Right.
No, specifically. I don't remember seeing any mail or things like that.
Do you know whether Michelle Troconis lived there?
Positively, I don't remember if we found anything that would lead us to believe that.
Do you know if Michelle Troconis' daughter lived there?
I don't remember, sir.
And incidentally, do you recall when you went through this house seeing toys and other children's things in that house?
Yes, there were children's items there.
So you didn't see what you didn't know at that point whether any children actually lived there, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know, sir.
And did you also have any information as you were searching as to whether any other family members or other people were staying there at the house?
No.
I think I might be done. Let me just check my notes, please. By the way, when you were searching the vehicles at the and taking note of the contents of the vehicles at the Litchfield barracks, were you already at that point made aware of who drove those vehicles and at what point?
No, again, I don't think we knew at the time that we processed those vehicles where they kind of lined up in the timeline.
So you don't also know who might have had access to them?
That's correct.
Were they all registered to the Ford group?
I believe so.
When I say all, I'm referring to was the Raptor registered to the Ford group?
Yes.
Was the Suburban registered to the Ford group?
Yes.
Was the white Jeep Cherokee registered to the Ford group?
Yes.
I'll just have one moment, Your Honor. No further questions, thank you.
They're redirecting.
Very brief, Your Honor. Detective Riley, just to be clear, the day you searched for Jefferson Crossing was what day?
That was, it was the 3rd.
Okay, June 3rd. Just going to backtrack just a little bit. You went to, just to get the timeline down, you went to 69 Wells on May 25th, correct?
Yes.
And Attorney Schohorn asked you a couple questions on cross-examination with respect to Fort Jefferson Crossing being seized or taken by the police on 5/31. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes.
Okay, so between, just to get the time between 5/24 and 5/31, how many days is that?
Between 5/24.
And 5/31, when Jefferson Crossing was seized by the police, how many days had passed?
7 days.
So for 7 days that the police did not have access to that house after Jennifer Dulos had gone missing?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to draw your attention, if I can, a couple more questions. Do you recall Attorney Schohorn asking you some questions with respect to the Jeep Cherokee? And particularly the license plate that came out of the inventory search. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you indicated you did not seize that license plate?
Correct.
If I can just call it up. This is off of States 71, the file marked Chevy Suburban. I just want to be clear, we're talking about the same thing, picture 12. Oh, I'm sorry, not Chevy Suburban, the Jeep Cherokee, picture 12. If you can take a look behind you, sir. Is that the license plate that you seized from or you took out of the vehicle and documented as part of the inventory search from the Jeep Cherokee?
Yes, it is.
Did you see any adhesive tape altering that license plate that day?
Objection, argumentative.
Well, the question is not argumentative. The question is, did you see any adhesive tape altering that license plate on the day on which those items were laid out? Overruled.
Did you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Now, I believe there's another photograph of it. This states 15. Is that the same license plate or a different one?
It's the same license, or it appears to be the same license plate.
Okay.
It is the same license plate. Sorry.
And again, no adhesive tape or any alterations on that license plate?
No.
And over here on that same photograph, there is the front right floor. What is that, sir? My cursor's over.
It appears to be a screwdriver.
Any blood-like stains on the screwdriver?
Not that we found.
So these items that you took out of the Jeep Cherokee, sir, were just through the process of the inventory search. Was there any blood-like stains or anything of note to seize for evidentiary value at that time?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just very briefly, did you note the license plate number on the Jeep Cherokee that was actually on the Jeep at the time?
Not the memory, but we did write it down on our report, sir.
I'm going to show you photo 3 from that folder. You see the license plate that is displayed from photo 3?
Yes.
And for the record, that is AK25389?
Yes.
What was the license plate that you were just shown by Ms. Manning a minute ago that was in the vehicle?
Could you show that picture too?
Absolutely. Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 12 from this folder. AK25389, you see that?
Yes.
Is that the same number?
Same plate.
Same plate, same registration?
Same registration number, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Detective Riley. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As the court understands, Attorney Manning, there are no other state's witnesses for today.
Not for today, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the testimony for today. We do plan to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So thank you for your attention. We ask that you not discuss the case, do not take in any media reports about the case, and we plan to see you tomorrow. We're not adjourning yet. Did you have a matter
Yes,
you want
Judge,
to
good
bring to the board's
afternoon.
attention?
I did just want to alert the court to the discussion that I had with Attorney Schoenhorn yesterday because it relates to a motion in limine that was filed by the defense in this case. So we do anticipate that former retired Detective John Kimball is going to be testifying tomorrow with respect to certainly at least the defendant's first statement and possibly the second statement as well, depending on how far we get during the course of the day. Now, Attorney Schoenhorn had filed a motion in limine on January 10th to preclude reference to the defendant's assertion of her Miranda rights, including a request for presence of counsel. So I spoke with Attorney Schoenhorn, and I think we have an agreement on how we're going to do this, which is satisfactory to both parties, which is I'm going to ask Detective Kimball whether or not he had spoken with the defendant in the late evening hours of June 1st or the morning of June 2nd. Yes. And were arrangements made for her attorney to come to the police department the next day? Yes. Who was that? Andrew Bowman. And then we're going to really just pick up the first interview from the moment that Attorney Bowman is in the courtroom. And it's our intention to play that interview from that point in its entirety, and then play the second interview in its entirety when we get there as well. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And so if there's any concerns about any of that, I just wanted that to be raised now.
That was my understanding. I think I'm sure Mr. McGinnis just misspoke when he said that Attorney Bowman in the courtroom. I think he meant at the police station.
Well, we've been spending a lot of time there, so.
Yeah, so.
But
other
yeah.
than that, he is correct in our agreement as to how we're going to proceed.
Is Detective Kimball the first witness?
He is, Judge.
He's now Officer Kimball. He's a Westport police officer.
And so how many witnesses are lined up for tomorrow?
So if I anticipate the first interview, Your Honor, is approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes, right, even from the moment that I'm referring to.
Right.
And so currently we just have Detective Kimball lined up, and then I guess we're going to see where it goes if we get to the second interview. That interview in its entirety is, I think, 3 hours and 30 minutes or thereabouts. So
Detective Kimball, the court remembers, was involved in both, correct?
Yes, there's actually a third interview, but that's going to be played later in the trial. But yes, Detective Kimball was present for all three.
Okay, thank you. Do you need time tomorrow to make sure the video setup is going to be accurate and nothing comes through that shouldn't come through?
So I plan on clipping out the video tonight and creating a DVD, which would eliminate, any portion in advance of Mr. Bowman's, arrival at the police department. I think it picks up with Detective Clabby and the defendant in the room. So from that point forward, I think Attorney Schoenhorn knows what I'm referring to, because it's basically when the camera goes on in the afternoon. That's what we intend on playing. I did just want to indicate one additional thing for the record, which is I'm doing this, Your Honor, but again, I reserve the right, if I believe the defense has opened the door in some way to the invocation of the right to counsel, to perhaps introduce evidence of those invocations, depending on where it goes. But I told Attorney Schoenhorn that I would do that outside the presence of the jury, because I understand that there would be an objection. So I just wanted to put everyone on notice of that.
I just would go further, Your Honor. I would note that, as I understand the case law, if the state at any time elicits the fact that a person exercised their rights under the Fifth or the Sixth Amendment to remain silent, that is basically a structural error in a trial, which almost always leads to reversal. So I assume that the state would not want to jeopardize whatever they're doing by bringing in something that the Supreme Court of the United States has said it's an error of the most extreme, it's a structural defect in a trial. So Doyle versus Ohio is the case. I don't object to the reading of the rights, to having Attorney Bowman be there, or even the fact that they arranged to have her lawyer there to start. But, to suggest that opens the door, it would have to be a pretty wide barn door for that to happen. Let's put it that way.
So I didn't suggest any of that opened the door. In fact, I'm suggesting the opposite. What I am suggesting, however, is that depending on the line of cross-examination, so for example, if there's some claim of a language barrier or something of that nature, the fact that she understood her Miranda rights tends to rebut any claim that she didn't understand what was going on. So I guess we're going to see where it goes. He's incorrect when he says that our case law categorically bars invocations. That's untrue. And I'll get the court the cases that say that. I believe the seminal case is State versus Cabral or something like that. It's a 2005 case from our Supreme Court. Doyle versus Ohio actually doesn't have any applicability here because that refers to commenting on post-Miranda silence. And here she actually spoke with the police. So we're actually talking about apples and oranges. But this, Your Honor, will hopefully just be academic because we're going to see where it goes.
There is another matter that the court will first talk to counsel about at sidebar concerning the video. And the court knows that on a previous occasion, this issue was contested. And after our discussion at sidebar, the court will, if it thinks it is necessary, put certain matters on the record. So
yes,
counsel would approach. Court has discussed with counsel.
1 minute, Your Honor.
Court just discussed with counsel certain segments of the video that may have caused concern, and it has been represented that that segment is not going to be offered. We'll stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. This honorable here for an outstanding tomorrow at 10 a.m.